Golden eyes. A man in his early teens snuck quietly down the hallway toward a room unknown to almost all of the Uchiha clan. The room was kept hidden because it held secrets about the entire clan, ranging from weaknesses to strengths. This room also held the secrets to the Manjikyu Sharingan, in which the person going to the room was currently researching. He has been researching this stage of the Sharingan for a few months and was growing quiet attached to the idea of obtaining it. His name was Itachi Uchiha. Itachi was the prodigy of the Uchiha clan and was respected as a shinobi throughout the village hidden in the leaves, and he despised it. He didn't want to be the famed ninja everybody saw him as. Sure, he wanted to be a powerful shinobi, but being glorified for every mission he went on was just ridiculous. This brings us back to the reason he is researching the Manjikyu Sharingan. He has already unlocked the third stage of the Sharingan, but the feeling he has of not having completely finishing the process is driving him insane. So here he is sneaking back into the forbidden archives of the Uchiha clan in order to research all he can about his corrupted clan and the bloodline that goes with it. But this night proved to be a little different from the rest. Itachi silently slid down the hallway until he came to a halt. In front of him stood a large round door with several seals on it which, upon further investigation, were all connected to a single seal in the center of the door. Itachi, who has already been inside this room several times, did the proper hand seals, and with a click the door opened up for him. Upon entering the room, Itachi quickly glanced around. He noticed nothing changed. No one set foot into the room since he was last there. In the front of the room, there was a small desk with a single chair and an unlit candle on the desk. Looking up, he saw the same 4 shelves that seemed to continue on forever. Itachi wanted to learn more about the history of the Sharingan, so he went and picked up several scrolls that pertained to the past of the so-called greatest Jujutsu ever. He read for a good 5 hours before deciding it would be best for him to leave before someone caught him in there. When he put the scroll at the back of the room, something caught his eye. In the corner of the room, hidden behind some old scrolls, there was a golden scroll that glinted in the flickering light of the candle he was holding. Curious, he picked up the scroll in order to figure out why such a scroll would be hidden like that. After he read some of it, his eyes widened and his pulse dropped considerably. This is impossible, thought Itachi. XXXXX, 5 days later. Today was just another grueling day for the third Hokage. He had a mound of paperwork to do, and Naruto was next to him, asking the Hokage to take him out for ramen. A Hokage does not have time to take a ramen break every 30 minutes. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Come in," ordered the third. An ANBU walked in, wearing his standard ANBU gear and a weasel mask that concealed his identity. "Hello, Hokage-sama," he greeted, bowing, glancing over to Naruto for a split second. "Hello, what do you need, ANBU-san?" Of course, the third already knew who it was. Naruto, however, didn't. "It is a very serious matter, which I have only recently come across, that needs to be voiced immediately." Raising an eyebrow, Sarutobi said, "Of course. Naruto, would you please leave us to discuss this privately?" Naruto smiled before getting up to leave. Naruto was saved by this particular Yanbiyu countless times from angry mobs before, so he knew whatever the elite shinobi wanted to say was going to be of importance. "Hold on, Naruto-kun. This involves you," said the Yanbiyu. This got not only Naruto's, but the Hokage's attention immediately. They both wondered what could possibly concern Naruto that Itachi would bring up. "Look, Naruto-kun, I'm going to reveal myself to you, so you can better comprehend what is going on," Itachi said from under his mask. "Are you sure that is wise, ANBU-san?" Sarutobi asked. "Yes, Hokage-sama, I am sure," Itachi said, simply taking off his mask with his Sharingan activated. Naruto was awestruck by the revelation that an Uchiha was protecting him all this time. All of the Uchiha hated him more than the villagers themselves. They were usually the ones to start forming the mobs. This was truly amazing. "My name is Itachi Uchiha, and I have been the one to look after you in your times of need. But even I know that I can't protect you all the time, Itachi said, not breaking eye contact with Naruto. Naruto looked down at the ground with a sad expression on his 7-year-old face. Itachi is telling the truth, but what is he getting at? Naruto questioned himself. Well, what I came here to tell you is that you possess the Sharingan, Itachi revealed with his expressionless face still set in place. Naruto's and Sarutobi's jaw almost fell to the floor upon hearing the ANBU's statement. The only thought that went across their mind was impossible. I know what I'm saying is rather unbelievable, but let me explain, Itachi said, taking their still shocked faces as the initiative to start. Glad I put that silence jutsu up while walking in, Itachi thought. We all know that Naruto's father is the fourth Hokage. They both nod their heads. Naruto figured it out by himself. Well, do you know who Naruto's mother was? They both shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Her name was Algiu Uchiha. Naruto stood there, shocked from finding out the identity of his mother and by the fact that he has the Sharingan. The third recovered enough to ask, "How did you come across this information?" "I did some digging and found out by accident," Itachi said flatly, glancing at Naruto every so often. "So what do you purpose we do?" inquired the third. "I wish to take Naruto-kun on a training trip in a few years, but until then let me train him in secret, so the village won't become curious of us," Itachi suggested. Naruto brightened up at the idea of training with an elite ANBU. "Do as you wish because I want to see Naruto strong enough to be Hokage one day," the third exclaimed. Naruto visibly cringed at that, but smiled nonetheless. Itachi saw this and decided to ask him about it later. "You both are dismissed," the third stated. He had a lot to think about. Naruto walked out of the office with Itachi, each having different thoughts. These next few years are going to be hell, Naruto anticipated. I haven't even told him the most surprising secret about his Sharingan yet, thought Itachi, shaking his head while putting his mask back in place, golden eyes. Itachi and Naruto were walking out of the Hokage Tower from their meeting with the Hokage. Itachi knew Naruto had a lot to think about, but they still needed to train before Naruto joined the academy, and Itachi couldn't stand the thought of Naruto joining the academy as weak as he was. There was another thing Itachi has been meaning to ask Naruto, but decided he would ask once they got to the training grounds. Once they entered the training ground, Itachi did a quick sweep of the area, checking for any chakra signatures around the area, before finally popping the question. "Naruto-kun, would you please take that annoying mask that you wear when you're in public?" Itachi said simply. Naruto was not expecting that question. How did Itachi know? What are you talking about, Itachi? I'm not wearing a mask, Naruto said, putting on a fake smile. Itachi sighed. "Look, Naruto-kun, I have been the one defending you when you were little, and that means in your house as well. So please take it off," Itachi said, still as emotionless as ever. Naruto stood there thinking for a couple of seconds, then said in a more intelligent manner, "Fine, but I'll only do it if you stop being so emotionless," Naruto said, surprising Itachi a little. Now it was Itachi's turn to think, if for a split second, on the new offer until finally Itachi said, "I guess that's fair since I'm going to be training you. I guess I could open up if only a little, but I will not do this when anyone else is around. I want to open up if anyone else is there. Got it?" Itachi said in a stern voice. "I wouldn't have it any other way. So now that that is out of the way, what are we going to start on?" Naruto said a little more excitedly as it got more near the end of the sentence. "Well, first, before we start with the Sharingan, we will need to get your basic abilities up first before we can get the Sharingan," Itachi said with a groan in the background, courteous of Naruto. "I thought I might that reaction from you, but I would like to take a look at that seal keeping the QB sealed," Itachi said, moving toward Naruto. Surprising Itachi, yet again Naruto just shrugged and lifted his shirt up to reveal his stomach. How did Naruto figure out about QB already? "Naruto-kun, how did you find about the QB?" Itachi asked. "Oh, that? He woke me up while I was sleeping in an ally after one of my more harsh beatings," Naruto said, looking at his stomach. Visibly, Itachi cringed for being there to stop that one as well as many others that has been thrown Naruto's way. "Is that so?" Well, let me take the seal just to see how it works and learn a little more about Itachi said, sticking his face up close to Naruto's stomach. It took maybe 30 minutes for Itachi to configure what was on Naruto's stomach, but finally realized what Naruto's father put on him. Naruto-kun, do you know what your father put on your stomach? Itachi said, his eyes a little wide from what he has just figured out. No, what did you learn? Naruto said, a little worried of what Itachi just figured out. The seal over time drains all of Kyuubi's chakra and adds it to your own. So over a course of maybe 1 year, you will drain 10% of the demon's chakra. Itachi said, still a little awestruck at the design of such a masterpiece. Naruto was in no better position, as his jaw was slightly open. He was hating his father up until now. Wow, how the tables have turned. Wow, Naruto voiced at last. But I think there might be a downside this, Itachi said. What is that? Naruto said, curious. Well, while you're getting Kyuubi's chakra, his presence will start to go away. So, that means for incredible healing abilities will start to go away, Itachi said. Oh, well, I guess I will have to train until I won't need his healing abilities anymore, Naruto said with a smile, with a true smile Itachi hasn't seen since the last time he saved him. That's the way to think. First, though, we'll have to start with basics, and that being training you body and chakra control, Itachi said with any evil glint in his eye. But Itachi, I'm horrible at chakra control. Can't I just not do Jinjutsu? Naruto said with hope. Oh boy, did he just open up the gates of hell. Naruto, you are of the Uchiha blood now, and that means you must be a master at Jinjutsu. This also means since you are my student, I will train you until you're better than me and everybody else in the Uchiha clan combined. Do you got that? Itachi yelled. Naruto was scared. He has never seen Itachi mad before. He has always been emotionless or nice to him up until now. Yes, Itachi-sensei, I will make you proud. Much better. Also note that you cannot under any circumstances tell anybody that you are of Uchiha blood or that I'm teaching you. Can I trust you? Itachi said, finally calm from his outburst. Yes, sensei. You can count on me. All right, let's begin your training tomorrow here at 6 o'clock sharp. I'll see you then, Naruto-kun. Oh, yeah, one more thing, we're going shopping for new cloth for you soon, Itachi said and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. He will have to teach me that when my chakra control is up to speed, Naruto grumbled as he walked back to his apartment. XXXXX the next day. Naruto arrived at the training ground at 6 o'clock sharp, just like Itachi told him to be, but there was a problem. Where was Itachi? Naruto walked into the center of the field and felt a strange feeling. Something was off until he heard a whistling sound of a kunai coming straight for him. Relying on instinct, Naruto slid around in a circle, catching in the process, and coming to a stop with the kunai held backwards in his hand. Naruto was ready for the intruder to at him for another assault, until suddenly he felt a sharp metal against his neck. Very well played for a 7-year-old, but don't get overconfident or it might be the end of you, Itachi said as he lowered his kunai, as well as Naruto. Do not ever underestimate an opponent, no matter how powerful you are. Always treat them as an equal, and you surely win every engagement you are in. Thank you, Itachi-sensei, and I will remember that, said Naruto with an excited look on his face. All right, there are some things I would like to check out before we start, Itachi said as he pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Naruto. Here, put some chakra into that piece of paper. Naruto examined it before shrugging and applied chakra into the piece of paper. What happened next astounded both parties. The piece of paper split down the middle with one side, crumpling with a reddish lighting around it, and the other side burning up in a black flame, which quickly dispersed out of sight. Itachi stood there awestruck, although still in his emotionless state, looking at the paper. Naruto was surprised by the ordeal because the colors were different, but other than that he had no idea of the significance of the flame or the lightning. So he is quiet abundant to the Amaterasu flame. But what is this discolored lighting? I'll have to research some more on this. I think I should Naruto along with me to read up on some of the Uchiha's legacies sometime. Very interesting. Well, let's start on your basic training, which consists of physical training, chakra control, building up your chakra pathways, book smarts, and basic weapons training, Itachi said with an evil glint in his eye. This is not good, Naruto thought, inwardly crying on the next course of basic training. XXXXX, 1 year later. It has been a year since the beginning of Naruto's basic training with Itachi, and he has improved greatly of the course of a year. Naruto's book smarts has went drastically because Itachi made him go through the entire Uchiha secret archives with him and read every scroll in the room, except for one. Naruto knows everything they learn in the academy and the Uchiha clan. He knows what chakra is and the effects on a single person, as well as the human structure, giving him an added bonus while using his weapons. One of the more major points is that he learned what the Manjikyu Sharingan is and what needs to be done to achieve it. But on a side note, that Itachi also want to gain this as well. His weapon training is up to speed with Itachi's, which means that it is perfect. They both throw a 20/20th kunai throw. He is also the basics of almost every weapon known to ninja, and some that aren't. His chakra control are pinpoint, so he's able to learn the Shushin no Jutsu, but hasn't because that comes in his next set of training. He has lean tree walking and water walking. He seems to be a natural in Jinjutsu. His physical training and the build-up of his pathways are intertwined in because the more he builds up the muscles, the more his pathways build up along with it. Itachi shaped Naruto's body to be lean, but still muscular to hold his own. Itachi want to make Naruto's body into a perfect Jinjutsu user's body that is quick, stealthy, and deadly. Itachi has been training as well in all the same areas, but with the addition of his Sharingan training as well. It seems, though, that Naruto is a fast learner even without the activation of his Sharingan. Although Naruto is not up to his level, yet he's still a force to reckon with. Now, the time has finally come for his advanced training. Wow, I can't believe it's been a year since we started basic training, Naruto said to Itachi while they sat under a tree at the training grounds. Yes, quite the remarkable feat we have gone, Itachi said. They have both improved greatly, they should be proud, but it's not over yet. All right, it's time for the awakening of your Sharingan, but there is a surprise, said Itachi with a grin. What's the surprise, and how am I going to activate the Sharingan if I have to go through a very stressful experience? Naruto exclaimed, excited that he finally gets to start on his Sharingan. You'll see. Now look me in the eyes, Itachi said in a stern voice. Naruto complied and looked Itachi in the eyes only for his world to black. Itachi quickly put a silence jutsu on the area to shut out all noise that was to come. And not a moment too soon, Naruto began screaming to the high heavens, reliving his past when a mob actually got to him when Itachi was not on duty. Although this is not the Manjikyu Sharingan, it's still powerful enough to go through extreme stress. When the screaming subsided, Itachi released the jutsu and picked up Naruto and sat him against a tree for rest. It hurt Itachi that he had to do that, but it was the only way to activate Naruto's Sharingan, and since his was special, he has to through twice as much pain to obtain it. Naruto awoke from being knocked out to wake up to see Itachi leaning against the tree across from him look at him. Naruto knew the torture was going to happen, but he didn't expect it so suddenly. At least it was over with, but why was Itachi smiling at him like that? Why are you looking at me like that? Naruto voiced his curiosity. Remember when your Sharingan was special? Naruto nodded for his response. Well, look at this mirror, Itachi said, still grinning like a madman. Naruto grabbed the mirror and looked at his eyes. He dropped it almost immediately because what he saw was incredible. Why did he have a golden Sharingan with 3 tomos? Itachi, what the hell is wrong with my Sharingan? And why do I have 3 tomos when I'm only supposed to have 1? Naruto exclaimed, still a little awestruck from the previous events. Well, in regard to having 3 tomos, is because you've been abused your entire early life. The stress of that must have been building up on the inside. And when you got your Sharingan, it leveled it up to 3, Itachi said, knowing something like this was going to happen. You still haven't explained why I haven't golden Sharingan, Naruto grumbled as he tests out his new Dojutsu. Well, this is going to take a while to explain because there's so many other things that go along with your Sharingan that the rest of us Uchihas don't have, Itachi said as he got himself comfortable on the ground and Naruto mimicking this action. Alright, first off is why your Sharingan is golden and why every other Uchihas is crimson red. Itachi began, your Sharingan is just like the alpha dog in the Inuzuka clan. Your Sharingan was made to lead the Uchihas to peace and prosperity. But since we all know that the others in our clan are all stuck-up bastards that they will believe the demon spawn could do such a thing. But that is why yours is the way it is. Naruto nodded in understanding. He was supposed to help the Uchiha clan, but they all hate them anyways, so it's no use trying. Second up are the differences between my Sharingan and yours. Besides the color, your Sharingan can obtain the Manjikyu Sharingan a second way, Itachi explained. Naruto raised an eyebrow in question. You can obtain the Manjikyu Sharingan by killing 100 people. Once you achieve this, it unlocks the availability of going on to the 4th and 5th level of the Golden Sharingan. In achieving these next 2 levels, it will allow you to stop time itself, because once you hit the 4th level can stop time from anywhere from normal time to half the time. From the level 5 stage, you can stop it from anywhere from normal time to completely stopping time itself, Itachi said with a dumbstruck Naruto in front of him, thus saying with this power you are short one of being a god. Naruto sat there dumbfounded at what he just heard. Him have the power of a god. Wait a minute, there has to be a catch to all this. There is no such thing as free power. What's the catch? Naruto asked. Itachi grinned, knowing Naruto would catch the backside of this whole ordeal. You know, turning on your Sharingan to the normal stage, it will naturally go to the normal 3 Tomo Sharingan, and using it puts no stress on your eyes. When you turn on Manjikyu Sharingan, it put more strain on your eyes only when you use it. Having on and not using it will not put strain your eyes. This is where it gets tricky. The only way to go into level 4 and 5 is to be in the Manjikyu Sharingan, which puts more strain as it goes up in the level. So say you have obtained the 5th level. The only way to get to it is to turn on your Sharingan, then turn on the Manjikyu Sharingan, which will automatically shoot you to level 5 of your Sharingan. Note that you can still have your 5th level Manjikyu Sharingan on, and only use it to predict movements, and it will not put any strain on your eyes. But using anything in the 5th level will overpower every Sharingan-related attack, thus straining your eyes extremely. Stopping time is very hard, and using it for a longer than needed time will make you go blind. I know that is a lot to take in, but do you have any questions? Itachi said a bit out of breath from the long explanation. Naruto took a second before racking his brain for something he might have missed before asking. So I can stop time for as long as I want until the strain on my eyes becomes to unbearable. Itachi just nodded to his question. All right, and how do I obtain the last 2 levels? Naruto asked. You will have to kill 5 people with your newly obtained Manjikyu Sharingan, and then 25 after that with the Manjikyu Sharingan level 4, Itachi explained. Sounds simple enough, Naruto thought to himself. The last thing is combing your Sharingan with some of your element attacks, Itachi said, gaining an eyebrow raise courteous of Naruto. The only way to do this is when you gain the Manjikyu Sharingan, because your Golden Sharingan allows you pour some of the Amaterasu flame into a fire-based attack, thus charging it up. Note though that it is not as powerful as using pure Amaterasu flame from your Sharingan, but it does make it more powerful. The name of the lightning combination that I think you can use purely, just like the Amaterasu, is called the Raijin. Much like the Amaterasu will not stop Buring until a special jutsu is used, the Raijin will never stop shocking until a special jutsu is used or we bid it to stop. The never-ending burning and shocking only occurs when used in its pure form, but when combined with normal jutsu, it will the flame and shock last a little longer than it's originally intended to. Also, this will strain on your eyes, so try to control how much you put into it. Itachi said, a little out of breath again after the rather long explanation, but it was necessary for Naruto to know everything about it before flailing it around. Naruto again sat there in a thinking pose. Wow, think of all the opportunities that I could hold of with all this, Naruto thought. The advantage the original Sharingan has over the Golden Sharingan is that we cannot go up to the level you will be at, so we cannot blind ourselves as quickly. Also remember Naruto-kun, even though you have all this power, do not underestimate an opponent, or he could still win even though you overpower him greatly, Itachi said in sensei mode. Of course, Itachi-sensei, I live by that line nowadays, Naruto said, smiling at Itachi. Itachi was just glad to see Naruto smiling after this whole ordeal. Alright, it's time for advanced training, which consists of all the basic training, learning jutsus for your 3 elemental affinities, and largely on every aspect of Sharingan, and maybe if you do good, I'll get you some ramen after we're done. Itachi said knowing this was going to be much easier with Naruto's Sharingan activated. Sure, Naruto can copy the jutsus, but Itachi wants him to master them all, not just copy them. Oh, boy, I'm ready to get started and get that ramen, Naruto said, getting up and walking into the center of the field. So begins Naruto's legendary Sharingan with the Sharingan Master Itachi. XXXXX, 2 years later. The last few years have been hell for both Itachi and Naruto. They both have been training until they couldn't move. Many times they just decided to sleep where they lay at the training grounds. They managed to keep their training meetings secret from everyone in Konoha. Itachi and Naruto even went as far as to keep all the stages of the Sharingan away from both the Uchiha clan and the Hokage himself. Naruto also got his first kill over the course of the 2 years when he killed a drunken villager that broke into his home, but surprisingly, he didn't mind it at all. He started to be more like Itachi in public, cold, quiet, and emotionless, only opening up while only Itachi is around. The same goes for Itachi. He only opens up when only Naruto is around, both gaining an unbreakable trust for each other. Naruto kept up his basic training, saying that it would help him with his advanced training. Itachi also insisted Naruto build stronger chakra coils around eyes, allowing more healing chakra to be absorbed into the eye area. Naruto has mastered almost all the jutsus Itachi has shown him, but is still training in some of the more complicated ones. The speed that Naruto does his hand signs are starting to catch up to Itachi, but Naruto still has a ways to go before getting up to Itachi's level. Naruto's favorite jutsus are Jinjutsu, because he seems to be a natural in that area. Itachi guessed awakening Naruto's Sharingan helped with the sway of his decision. The Sharingan training is probably Naruto's, where Naruto's true ability is. He has learned when it is best to use the Sharingan and when it's better to not. Itachi thought that they would be the perfect Sharingan team because he has not met anybody that is able to learn as fast as Naruto has besides Itachi himself. So you're 10 years old, eh? Itachi said with a slight bit laughter in his voice. Yup, sure am. What's so funny? Naruto asked curious. We are going to have to join the academy soon, and we'll be very limited in your training, Itachi said. I'm already like Jonin rank anyways. Why do I have to go to the academy? Naruto whined/asked. Because it's a great cover-up for your special training that you have with me, but that doesn't mean we will stop the training, Itachi said, slightly perking up Naruto. In fact, don't academy students start tomorrow? Great, well, as long as we still get a train, I'm fine with it. Naruto grumbled. I'll see you tomorrow after class. Bye, Itachi said. He's going to kill me after asking him what I'm going to ask him. XXXXX next day. Naruto walked into the classroom with the Hokage, talking to the teacher about why he was a year late, but he will be joining this class for the remainder of this class. Naruto knew he had to make it look like he's stupid in this class, but what else could he do? When the Hokage was done speaking with the teacher, he turned around and said, "Good luck, Naruto, and fail me," before walking out. Naruto sighed and looked at the teacher. Hello, my name is Iruka-sensei. Would you please state your name to the class, please? The teacher politely asked. Well, he was one of the few people that asked him politely, so not. Hello, class, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said, putting on his foxy grin. More like Dobe of the Year, someone said from the back of the room, as all the fangirls and stupid people laughed at the stupid joke. It was none other than Sasuke Uchiha, the stuck-up brat of a brother of Itachi that he hated. What does Itachi see the light in this kid? Hey, take that back. Naruto yelled, killing himself on the inside. Why does he have to act stupid? How about you make me? Sasuke growled from his seat. Irika finally broke it up by saying, "Asai, get down Naruto in the back of the room, and please both of you shut up," he yelled. Naruto complied and went to the back of the room. He sat at the other end of the row away from Sasuke. Naruto took one last glance around the room to find very few people not glaring at him. Naruto slammed his head into the desk. These next few years are going to suck. It's another one of those days, Naruto thought as he entered the classroom. He looked up and found the entire classroom talking amongst themselves as he made his way to the back of the classroom. It has been a week since he joined the academy, and he has made no friends. Sure, he thought about it, but he was so busy training with Itachi that he didn't have time. And nobody in the class seemed to like him anyways. As he walked up the stairs to his seat, he looked amongst the soon-to-be ninja in the class that seemed to not completely hate his guts. First was one Shino Aburame. He seemed to show no emotion whatsoever, but also showed the look of understanding in his eyes that is not shared by many people in the class. Second was Shikamaru Nara. Even though he looked stupid and got bad grades, Naruto knew Shikamaru's brain was always moving and thinking on something, thus making a genius. He was just a lazy. Third was Choji Akimichi. Naruto noticed that Shikamaru and Choji were best as they left the school grounds with each other almost every day. Choji seemed to be extremely caring to all close friends, which is a great trait to have since that is not seen in this village very much. Fourth was Hinata Hyuga. She was a shy type that was nice to everyone she was around except when he waked around her. She would just turn red, then fall asleep. Am I really that boring? Thought Naruto as slid into his seat at the back of the class. All right, class, let's begin the class. Irika said to the class, though seemed to not hear him. Will everyone shut up? Irika yelled as his head seemed to expand. The class became dead silent after that, as everyone's thoughts were of how scary Irika-sensei could be except for Naruto's. How did he do that jutsu without using hand signs? I'll have to ask Itachi-sensei about it this afternoon. Naruto thought as he began for a plentiful sleep as Irika commenced on with the class, all the while wondering what to throw at Naruto next. XXXXX. The bell rang for lunch as everyone got up to go to lunch. Naruto walked down the stairs to the front of the class and stopped placing a staple on his desk as he kept walking toward the door. Nice throw, Irika-sensei. Naruto called back over his shoulder, smiling. His relations with teacher have gotten tighter over the last few days. Irika seemed to be a person you could to if you were in need. Hopefully he would get to Irika better of the course of the rest of the year. Thanks, I've training. Irika yelled back, smiling as Naruto waved back over his shoulder. As Naruto walked out of the building and out onto the roof, where he normally went to for lunch to get away from people, there are other people there. Shit, people have found the one quiet spot in the whole area. Well, better go searching for another spot. Naruto thought as he turned to leave, only to hear, "All right, give me all your money." Naruto stopped and returned to his hiding spot next to the already open door. And don't give me the excuse that you don't have any, because you three are in three of the most famous clans in the village, said the bigger one of the group of five. Must be some bullies trying to get some quick cash, Naruto thought as he watched from his hiding spot. But we won't be able to eat tomorrow. Choji yelled. I don't care. Give me the money, the leader yelled. No. Choji yelled as Shikamaru and Shino seemed to agree, but all three seemed scared. Well, let's hope your parents know first aid, the leader said, smiling evilly as he walked up to punch Choji in the face. Choji squeezed his eyes shut. He awaited the pain to smash into his face, but it never came. Choji slowly opened his eyes to find a hand twitching in pain in front of his face and a hand held tightly onto the wrist of said hand. You know, it's not a very good idea to assault a son of a clan head. 3 at that matter, making your trouble 3 times as worse, Naruto said in a motionless voice as he tightened his grip a little more. At the moment, Naruto guessed he broke the guy's wrist. Who the hell are you to tell me who I can and can't beat the shit out of for money? The leader spit out as Naruto let go of the boy's wrist rather harshly. Only an onlooker that can rat you out to a teacher, or worse the clan heads, Naruto said with an ever so slightly smile at their reactions. They gulped at the thought of being punished by not one, but 3 clan heads. Fine, we will leave them alone if you promise to not tell anybody, the leader said with scared eyes. Naruto loved physiological warfare. Deal now, leave before I do worse than break your wrist, Naruto said in his emotionless voice. The 5 bodies tripped over each other, running from the person threatening to rat them out. Naruto watched as they ran out of sight until he felt a poke on his shoulder. Remembering that 3 other people were still up here, he turned around to the 3 behind him. Thanks for the rescue, Choji said, smiling. I'm glad you stopped that guy from punching my friend in the face, Shikamaru said kindly. It's no problem, Naruto smiled his goofy smile. He was emotionless a couple seconds ago. Oh well, maybe just his way of treating mean people, thought Shikamaru and Shino. Well, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, what's yours? Naruto asked, already knowing their names, but he still needed to keep his stupid mask up. Man, did he hate acting stupid. Oh, sorry about that. My name is Choji Akimichi, and that is Shikamaru Nara and Shino Aburame, Choji said, pointing to each as he said their names. Neat. Well, I'm glad I was able to stop that guy from punching you, or you would be hurting right now, Naruto said, smiling. Yeah, thanks again for that. Do you want to eat lunch with us? Choji asked with reassuring looks that seemed to agree with him, coming from Shikamaru and Shino. Sure. I never really ate with anybody before, so this would be new for me, Naruto said, a little excited that he got some new friends. Neat. So where's your lunch? Shikamaru asked. Well, I don't have any, Naruto said, frowning a little. I got some you could have, Shino said simply. Thanks, Naruto said as he was crying on the inside. This was the first time anybody, besides Itachi, has offered anything to him. So how did you move so fast? Shikamaru asked, curious of how Naruto got from one point to another so quickly. I've been running from the villagers my entire life, so I have to be quick to get away from them, Naruto said, thinking acting stupid would get them off the subject. Why do you run from them? Shino asked. Choji looked at Naruto curiously while sticking more food into his mouth. I have no idea. They just don't like me for some reason, Naruto lied. XXXXX flashback. It was the night that Naruto was almost beaten to death, and Naruto was seen laying his bed with a red aura around him. Naruto quickly opened his eyes to see that he was in a large sewer with large red pipes coming out of a large to a small blue light far down the hall. Said pipes were moving pipes red chakra from the cage into the blue light. There was a low growl being emitted from the cage and directed toward him. Naruto turned toward the cage and stared into the intense black that shrouded the inside of the cage. It seemed whatever the cage housed was staring at him with great distrust. What is in this cage? Naruto said more to himself than anything else, but apparently whatever was in the cage heard him and laughed at the comment. It was an evil laugh that only a demon could muster. Wait a second, it all adds up. His birthday, his dad, the villagers, it all adds up. Kyuubi, what the hell? Naruto yelled. All the Kyuubi did in response was laugh. That laugh is going to get annoying. Well, it's about time the kid figured it out, Kyuubi said. Yeah, I'm kind of punching myself for that, Naruto said. Do you know the reason why you are here? Kyuubi asked. Was it because you finally got your lazy ass up? Naruto said, smirking, knowing that was not the answer. No, you mortal, Kyuubi roared. One was because you already stole 30% of my chakra, and that I have noticed that not all humans are evil. Naruto looked on in shock and curiosity. What was the Kyuubi talking about? Kyuubi sighed. Look, I have seen what the villagers of this wretched place has done to you, but what I noticed even more was that you managed to keep your sanity after all this. You have earned my respect, so be expecting a little something from me later on, Kyuubi said, smiling a little. Naruto stood there in awe that he has earned the respect of the most powerful demon that has ever existed. But what gift was the demon talking about? What are you talking about, a little something? Naruto asked. You will see, Kyuubi chuckled, so until then, goodbye and good luck. Naruto was knocked out of his mindscape to be met by a worried Itachi standing by his bed. Must have been night on lookout. Everyone else would be off in the red district. Naruto-kun, are you okay? What happened? Itachi said with a worried face. I met the Kyuubi in my head, and he was surprised I held my sanity after so many beatings the villagers gave me. So I earned his respect. Naruto, sitting up holding his head. Naruto decided to not tell him about the little surprise just yet. He will keep it his little secret for now. All right, then something you don't hear every day, Itachi said, sitting on the side of his bed. Yeah, you're telling me. Well, I'm going back to bed. Thanks for the concern, Itachi-sensei, Naruto said, smiling. No problem, Naruto-kun, Itachi said, returning the smile before leaving in a swirl of leaves. XXXXX end of flashback. That's weird, Choji said, putting up a thinking pose. Yes, very strange, Shino thought out loud. Shikamaru just sat there looking at Naruto before shrugging and lying on his back and looking into the clouds. They finished their lunch with small talk with Naruto asking most of the questions. Naruto got a lot about their clans out of the talking that took place. XXXXX. As the four entered the classroom with each other, Iruka smiled. So Naruto finally made some friends his own age, Iruka thought. All right, class, everyone take their seats, Iruka said as the class surprisingly got quiet and was ready to learn. Except for Naruto, who already knew all the things here, promptly put his head on his desk and slept. As the day wore on, nothing surprisingly hit Naruto in head until the bell rang. Someone poked him in the back, signaling that he had to wake up. Naruto slowly picked up his head and looked at who poked him. It was Shikamaru, and he was alone. Where are Shino and Choji? Naruto asked. This was weird. Shikamaru always left with Choji or Shino. I thought I would wake you up and ask you to walk home with me, Shikamaru said in his lazy voice. Naruto brightened. Sure, if you want to. You would be the first, Naruto said, smiling. As they walked out, the pair decided to exploring the different training fields that are located around the area until entered one that had two weird people wearing green spandexes, a Hyuga and female. Hello, my youthful companions, the taller spandex-wearing man yelled. What are you doing here? We were just exploring until we came across Dash, Naruto began. Ah, explorer. Their youthfulness burns brightly, the smaller green spandex-wearing one said. Lee, Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei. Then they developed each other in a large bear hug. While this was going on, the duo thought it would be better to ask the other two who they were. Naruto walked up to the other two, still in a sweat drop position that they were in 30 seconds ago. Hey guys, my name Naruto Uzumaki, and this is my friend Shikamaru Nara, Naruto said. This seemed to break them of their stares when a female of the group answered. Oh, sorry about them, they do this all the time. My name is Tenten, his name Niji, and the smaller one Rock Lee while the bigger one is known as Mike Guy, Tenten said sweetly. Nice to meet you guys, Shikamaru said as the green beasts were done hugging and were walking up to the group. So this is your training ground? Naruto asked. Yup, this is it. These places are where you're going to be training at when you graduate from the academy, Guy replied, looking out over the clearing. Yeah, it's going to be fun being on a genin, Shikamaru said, also looking over the area. Naruto looked up at the sky, noticing that he was almost late for training with Itachi. Oh shit, look at the time I got to run. Nice to meet you guys. See you all around. Naruto yelled as he ran away until he was out of sight, leaving the group to look at him strangely. Once out of sight, he disappeared in a swirl of leaves to appear in their secret training ground. So did you have fun? Itachi asked as he got up from a tree. Yes, I made new friends with some of the kids at the academy. Naruto said, smiling, warming up. That's great. It's always nice to have friends around the village. So are you ready? Itachi asked, getting into fighting stance. As I'll ever be, Naruto said, smirking, mirroring his fighting stance. The two ran at each other, meeting in the center of the field with the sound of kunai hitting kunai. XXXXX 1 year later. It had been a year since Naruto made his new friends. His new friends were Hinata, Niji, Choji, Lee, Tintin, Shikamaru, Shino, Gai Kurenai, Kakashi, and Asuma. Most of the older ninja he met was when he went into the Hokage's office, and the Hokage was talking to them. They must have all known about the Kyuubi because they all treated him with respect. The only thing was they didn't know he knew about the demon either. His bonds with them all have grown strong to the point where he would not die protecting them as they would him. Everyone's strength has grown as well. Naruto and Itachi were furthering their Sharingan, as well as Itachi training Naruto how to use one-handed hang seals, while Choji, Shino, and Shikamaru learned their lessons on the roof that they needed to get strong so that wouldn't happen again. Everybody that he has met has been getting stronger. It was a normal day after class, and Naruto and Itachi were standing in the clearing getting ready to train, but something was off about Itachi. "Itachi-sensei, are you feeling okay?" Naruto said with a concerned look on his face. Itachi looked at the ground for a second before the area around them glowed a green color, signaling a silence jutsu. "Naruto-kun, what I'm about to tell you can't tell anybody." "All right," Itachi said in the most serious voice Naruto has heard from Itachi in a long time. "I promise," Naruto said in a concerned voice. Itachi grinned on the inside. If he could trust anyone, it would be Naruto. "Okay, I was ordered by the Hokage to do a secret mission that sounds horrible, but after being explained, I know the reason behind it," Itachi said, still a little disgusted at what he had to do. "Yes, what is it?" Naruto said, scared at what he might hear. "I was ordered to kill the entire Uchiha clan," Itachi said in an icy tone. "Well, what did you say?" Naruto said in a disbelieving voice. Itachi only stared at Naruto with an icy look. How could the Hokage order something like that? "The Hokage gave me orders to murder the entire Uchiha clan," Itachi said again, still with his emotionless face on. "But how could he do that?" Naruto said in disbelief. "That was what I said as well when he gave me the order, but after some explaining I now see why he wants me to do it," Itachi said calmly. "What possible explanation could there be to murder an entire clan?" Naruto yelled. "The Uchiha clan has been planning a hostile takeover of the entire village," Itachi said, looking into the eyes of Naruto. How come looking into Naruto's eyes always calms him? Naruto was shocked that the Uchiha clan would plan something like that. Why would his own clan do this? "He assigned me to do this by myself because he figured that it would look like I went crazy and killed the clan to test my strength," Itachi said, knowing what Naruto's response would be. "Oh, hell no. If you're going through with this, then I won't let you go at this alone," Naruto yelled with confidence. "Look, Naruto-kun, if you go through with this with me, then you will be marked as a missing ninja. As well, I can't make you do that," Itachi said. "You're not making me do anything. I'm doing this because I want to. Besides, I really don't like this village anyways," Naruto said with a smile. Itachi stood there looking at Naruto, testing if he was ready for this. "Fine, but the Hokage will not know of you helping me, or you will be marked for a larger bounty than me," Itachi said, a little glad that he will have someone that will go through this with me. "Thank you, Itachi. I would not let you go through this alone. When will the mission begin?" Naruto asked. "In 2 weeks, be ready for a fight, because you might have to engage someone stronger than yourself," Itachi said, still a little worried if Naruto was up to the task. "Of course, Itachi-sensei, I will train with you until that day. But for the rest of the day, let's train," Naruto said, grinning, getting into fighting stance. Itachi mirrored this, and the two began to train. XXXXX. It has been 14 days since that training session where Itachi confessed his mission. Naruto has kept up his training with Itachi, and he continued going to school like he always did. The difference was that he didn't reply to most of the hateful comments that were thrown at him in school. Naruto would just shrug them off and walk away. This got on to Sasuke's nerves. Why was the dobe acting so laid back? This got on to Sasuke's nerves and decided to voice this during lunch while he was alone on the roof. "Hey dobe, why are you acting so different?" Sasuke demanded. Naruto looked at Sasuke with an emotionless face. "Go to hell," Naruto said, simply turning his gaze back to the object in front of him. What did you say? Sasuke growled out. Nobody says no to him. He was an Uchiha? You're not worth my time, Naruto said emotionlessly while getting up and walking away. You're going to tell me or dash, Sasuke said, grabbing on Naruto's wrist, but was cut off when Naruto slammed the fist that Sasuke was holding onto into Sasuke's face. Your nose is not broken, it's just going hurt for a while, Naruto said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Sasuke watched as Naruto left holding onto his nose as it bled. Dope caught me off guard. Wait, how the hell did he do the Shunshin no Jutsu? There is more to this than meets the eye, Sasuke thought as he got up and walked back to class. The rest of the day dragged on just like any other day, except for Naruto didn't go to sleep like he normally did. He only stared into space the entire day, making Sasuke continue giving him looks and his friends in class worried. All of his friends have been worried because he has been acting strange and emotionless since about 2 weeks ago. What is wrong with Naruto? He has been acting strange for the past 2 weeks, Shikamaru thought, giving Naruto a side glance from his seat. Everyone was worried about Naruto. What was going on? The bell rang, signaling the end of class. As everyone got up to go home, everyone was surprised to find Naruto, Shunshin, out of the classroom. Whoa, when did a loser like him learn that? Sakura thought out loud. I'll ask him tomorrow, thought all his friends in the class. XXXXX. Naruto could be seen standing in a clearing known only to 2 people in the entire village. It was 11:30 p.m., and he was waiting for his sensei to get to the rendezvous point. This was the beginning of the mission that will change his life. In fact, this will be first mission ever. There are many things that are going to happen tonight that will be the beginning of the end for Naruto, and he was preparing himself for the task that lies ahead. For one, he is going to get his first innocent kill, as well as becoming a missing ninja from the very village he grew up in. It was going to be a hard night for both Naruto and Itachi. Naruto felt the chakra signature of Itachi appear in the clearing. You can still turn back now. You don't have to do this, Itachi said, giving Naruto one last chance at leaving. No, I will follow you until the end, Naruto said in his emotionless voice. Itachi grinned as he looked up at the full moon, which was mirrored by Naruto. Perfect for the occasion, they both thought. Look, Naruto, change into these. It will give you added protection and mobility while we are doing this, Itachi said, handing over an ANBU uniform like his. No mask was needed for either of them because everyone will be sleeping. Naruto nodded and changed into the garments. When Naruto finished changing into the new cloths, they both nodded before disappearing from sight. They appeared at the center of Uchiha District. All right, Naruto, are you ready for your first kill? Itachi asked, a little worried about Naruto's first kill. I'll be fine, Naruto said, giving Itachi a reassuring smile. This didn't convince Itachi, but they had to get moving before they ran out of time. All right, you get the south side, while I'll handle the rest. Meet up at the clan tower, Itachi said, running off into the first house in sight. Naruto nodded and ran off toward the east side. This side seemed to have the largest population. Naruto appeared inside the first house that seemed to have people in it. Naruto slid into the first room containing a married couple sleeping merrily with each other. Naruto slowly walked up to them while pulling out a kunai. This is going to be the beginning, and I still need to clear an entire district. I hope I get used to this fast, Naruto, though, as he put a kunai to each of their necks. Silently, he slit their thoughts at the same time and jumped out the window to the next house. This was going to be a long night. It has been about 27 minutes since they started the killing spree, and Naruto was walking up to the last house in the district. He got a chakra pulse that signaled that Itachi was waiting for him at the tower. As Naruto made quick work of the adults in the house, he checked the last room for anybody else. There in a crib laid a little baby girl sleeping soundly. Naruto cringed on the inside. He has been lucky up until now that he hasn't seen a baby yet. Naruto breathed in and out as he walked up to the crib, getting ready to do the unspeakable. He put the kunai up to the neck of the baby and pulled quickly. As Naruto walked away. The baby could be seen without a cut at all. No blood, no nothing. Only a piece of paper that had the sign that said toxic gas as it silently spewed gas into the air. Naruto closed the door behind him and walked out of the house and ran to the tower. I couldn't kill an innocent soul like that. At least she will die peacefully, Naruto thought as he stopped beside Itachi, taking note of the weird feeling in his eyes. Naruto, look at your eyes, Itachi wide-eyed. No, look at your eyes, Naruto said wide-eyed. They both looked at a glass window in a house. They both had the Manjikyu Sharingan. The only difference was that Naruto had gold irises and Itachi had crimson. They both nodded and started to walk out of the Uchiha district. They were stopped when a boy Naruto came to hate yelled, "Brother." Itachi turned to see Sasuke standing in the middle of the street, scared shitless. "Itachi, did you and this other person do this?" Sasuke asked, looking at all the dead bodies across the street. "Yes, we did," Itachi said in his emotionless voice with his Manjikyu Sharingan still on. "Why did you do this, and who is that other person?" Sasuke yelled, anger apparent in eyes. "We did this test our strength and for my partner. That is up to him whether he wants to show his face or not," Itachi said. Look to the side where Naruto was standing. Sasuke looked at the back of Itachi's partner in crime. Since when did Itachi work with anybody? He has always been the type to accept solo missions. This made Sasuke even more jealous of Itachi's partner. As Sasuke tried to piece this all together as he noticed the stranger had blonde hair. Sasuke gasped. "Ah, so finally figured out," Naruto said. "Why?" Sasuke stuttered. Naruto turned around with his golden Manjikyu Sharingan blazing. "Because I wanted to test my strength, my cousin," Naruto said in his emotionless voice before Sasuke's world turned red and black from Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan as he watched as Itachi killed their parents. Sasuke collapsed to the ground from the use of Itachi's Sharingan. Naruto and Itachi looked at each other before they both disappeared to outside the village gates. As they walked down the street, Itachi pulled out a headband with the Konoha symbol on it, handing it Naruto. "What is this?" Naruto asked. "It was the headband of my best friend," Itachi said, saddening a bit. Naruto took the headband as Itachi took off his. "Let us this day be missing ninja of the village hidden in the leaves," Itachi said as they both, in unison, slashed a line through the center of the Konoha symbol. Naruto and Itachi put on their headbands that had a long slash through the middle back onto their heads. For Naruto, this was the first time he has ever worn a headband, so this was something new for him. "What are we going to do now?" Naruto asked as they hopped from tree to tree. "I've been doing some studying and got us both accepted into a group known as Akatsuki," said Itachi as he pulled out a storage scroll. "What's in the scroll?" Naruto asked. Itachi unsealed the scroll with a small puff of smoke. In his hands were two long cloaks with red clouds on them. "These cloaks are the Akatsuki uniforms that we need to wear once we did our treason act. We're supposed to wear them once we leave the village," Itachi said, giving the smaller one to Naruto. "How did you know to get another one for me?" Naruto asked suspiciously. "I had a gut feeling," Itachi said, pulling on the cloak over his head as Naruto did the same. Once they had the cloaks on, they examined themselves and their new look. The cloaks they wore were long and covered up almost everything. The cloak extended from their ankles up to their upper lip. It was red on the inside and black with red clouds across them. The cloaks were large and baggy, which meant for many possibilities such as growing room and concealed hand signs. "That's not a problem since we have a Sharingan as well, so we can stop them from using theirs," thought Naruto. "I like the cloaks, don't you, Itachi?" Naruto asked as he admired his new garment. "Yes, I do. I also like the fabric it's made out of. It's made out of very weather-resistant fabric, so it won't get dirty," Itachi said as a piece of paper fell out of his sleeve. "Oh, what's this?" It seems that the cloaks have a built-in chakra repair system. Just apply chakra, and the cloak will stitch itself back together. "Very interesting. Well, I guess this means that we can get dirty or wounded, and we don't have to worry about our cloaks," Itachi said, putting the piece of paper in his pocket, just in case. "Neat. That's one more thing off my mind." Naruto said as two people appeared in front of them with the same cloaks as them, except they had on large straw hats and had a ring on a different finger than the other. "Are you two the new members of the organization?" said the one with the large scythe asked. "Yes, we are. I'm guessing you two are the escorts leader Sama told us about," Itachi said as both Itachi and Naruto put on their emotionless mask on. "Yes, we are. We have orders to escort you two back to the meeting spot at all costs." "Follow us," said the one with the mask. "So what are your names?" asked Naruto with his emotionless voice. "I'm Haiden, and that dickhead is Kaku," Haiden said as he pointed to Kaku, earning him a glare from said person. XXXXX Konoha, 7 hours after massacre. The entire village was in chaos as news of the entire Uchiha clan being murdered by two ninja. "Whoever did this will pay," screamed one villager. "Yeah, the Hokage will find out who these two ninja are and bring them to justice," another villager yelled. At this time, Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, Lee, and Niji were all walking with each other trying to find Naruto and get some breakfast. "Wow, I can't believe two ninja took out the entire Uchiha clan except for Sasuke," Shikamaru said, not expecting something like this to happen. "I agree. Only the strongest ninja could have pulled that off, but even then it would have taken a lot more than two," Niji said as they continued to search for Naruto. Across town in the hospital lied a tired Sasuke. He was hit with the Tsukuyomi from his older brother's new Mangekyo Sharingan, as well as his new cousin also has a unique Sharingan that he could never gain, and to also the Dobe of the Year has the Mangekyo Sharingan as well. How could the Dobe get on Itachi's good side? And how does the Dobe get so much power? "I will take my revenge on my clan. I will kill them both," Sasuke screamed in his head. Just then the Hokage walked in, seeing Sasuke looking down at his lap. The Hokage sighed. Why did he always get these jobs? "Okay, look, Sasuke, you're going to have to tell me who did these things to you and your clan. Only then can we help you in finding who did this to your clan," said the Hokage. He already knew who did it, but he needed to find out if Sasuke knew anything on this second character everyone was talking about. "Yes, I do know the two people who did this to my clan," Sasuke said calmly, still looking at his hands. "Who? Who did this?" the Hokage demanded. "Itachi Uchiha and," Sasuke said. The Hokage already knew about him, but was the second? "Naruto Uzumaki," Sasuke said coldly, looking up straight into the eyes of the Hokage. The Hokage knew from that look that Sasuke was telling the truth. "I see. Thank you for the information. We will see to it they are properly handled," the Hokage said before leaving and closing the door. A single tear slid down his face as he poofed back into his office. How could this happen? Naruto was not supposed to be involved in this. I guess Naruto and Itachi share a larger bond than I thought, but I still can't allow Naruto leave like this. I will have to send a team retrieve him, but what teams are still in the village? The Hokage thought as he thumbed through the pages of Free Ninja. Well, I guess I will have to send Team Guy, Kakashi, and an EMBU squad. This is all that is available, so I will go with it, the Hokage thought as he pressed a button and a ninja appeared in front of him wearing EMBU gear and a face mask. "Owl, get your men together. You, a Jonin, and a Genin squad are going to be going on a search and retrieve mission. While you're at it, get Team Guy and Kakashi and tell them to meet me here in 5 minutes," the Hokage said as the ANBU nodded and disappeared. The Hokage turned around to look out over the village. Has this village been this bad to you? The Hokage thought. Just then there was a puff of smoke and the sound of the door opening, which signaled that everyone was here. As he turned in his chair, he scanned the looks of everyone that was here. There were 4 ANBUs standing in a straight line with Guy, Tintin, Niji, and Rock Lee standing in a similar fashion, while Kakashi leaned against the wall with his book in his hand. All right, people, what I'm about to tell you may shock a few of you, but this information will go public soon enough, so I'm hoping you guys will understand. The Hokage began. The entire Uchiha clan has been murdered by 2 people, except for Sasuke, last night, which all of the population knows by now. What the public doesn't know is who did it. Your mission is to find these 2 people and bring them back alive, the Hokage said, knowing one of them will ask who the 2 people were. Were their names Hokage-sama? Tintin asked curiously. The names of the two were one's Itachi Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. The Hokage said, not blinking a lash. The group stood in shock as the ANBU stood in anger. How could that demon spawn and that traitor do that? Thought the ANBU in unison while the rest of them thought otherwise. That's impossible. How could Naruto do something like this? The rest thought as Kakashi dropped his book with wide eyes. Your teams are to assemble at the West Gate in 30 minutes. May you have Kami's speed, the Hokage said before they all disappeared out the window. Round up the gang. We need to tell everyone what has happened, Tintin said through sniffs. As the three gathered all of Naruto's friends together, they all met at Naruto's favorite spot stop, the Yondumi's head. We have some horrible news to tell you guys, Neji said, frowning, holding back his own tears. How could he not cry for the only one to completely throw fate out the window? What is it? And where is Naruto? Asked Choji. That's what we got everyone here for. Have you guys heard that 2 people murdered the entire Uchiha clan last night, right? Well, we just got a mission with an ANBU squad and Kakashi to retrieve the 2 people who did the killing, Neji continued. Well, who did it? Shikamaru asked, hoping he was wrong for once in his life. Itachi Uchiha and Naruto. Tintin finished as her tears came free. Everyone sat there in shock. Why would someone like Naruto do something like this? It doesn't add up. You're the only person I can't read in this entire village, Naruto. Damn it, Shikamaru thought as he slammed his fist into the ground. Look, we need to meet at the gate soon, so we promised to bring back Naruto-kun. Lee declared, smiling. We all hope so, said Shino as Neji, Tintin, and Rock Lee made their way to the West Gate. As everyone started to straggle to the West Gate, Kakashi got there early and summoned a tracking dog to find out which way Naruto and Itachi went. The others walked up as the dog puffed into smoke. Well, the dog says they're heading for a straight line toward the west, so I guess all we need to do is go west, Kakashi said as they jumped up onto the branches. They wouldn't stop until they found Naruto. XXXXX, 4 hours after departure of Konoha Ninja. The 4 Akatsuki members were sitting around the campfire while Hihan yelled insults at Kakuzu. Naruto and Itachi kept their emotionless masks on and their voices heard only when talked to. You're an ass shit, you know that. Haiden yelled. Now why am I an ass shit? Kakuzu asked. Because whenever we get a bounty, you never once give me any of the money. Haiden exclaimed back. You get the blood as your payment, remember? Kakuzu said in a calm voice. Oh yeah, Haiden said, calming down. They all froze as they felt 9 chakra signatures coming at them fast. How could they be on them already? They stomped out the fire, and it seemed like they were never there, and they pressed onward. They came to a small clearing where they decided to meet their posers. Might as well kill them than let them chase us all the way back to base, Haiden said with a shrug. Plus one of them seems to have an endurance almost matching Haiden's. They stood in a straight line facing the ninja that were chasing them. XXXXX. They stopped. There seems to be 4 people, and they're all wearing a large black cloak and with red clouds on them. Neji said out loud. Looks like wherever they're going, the people sent escorts, Owl said. Well, we can't hide from them since Itachi has the Sharingan, Kakashi said. Looks like we'll have to confront them, Guy said as they all jumped down in a line in front of the 4 men. XXXXX. They stood there, standing in front of each other for what seemed like ages. They seemed to be focused on the blonde-haired one more than anything. What? Tintin whispered loud enough for everyone to hear. Naruto just stared at her with emotionless eyes. Why the hell did you betray us? Tintin yelled. Naruto continued to stare at her emotionlessly. Why is he acting like this, they all thought. You two go on ahead, well, we'll take care of them, Haiden said, licking his lips. Besides, I haven't killed in what seems like ages. You just killed 4 days ago, Kakuzu said. That's much too long, Haiden yelled back. Naruto and Itachi nodded before jumping off into the trees. We can't let them get away. Owl, you and your men fight these guys as the rest of us goes after Itachi and Naruto, Kakashi said. All right, good luck, said Owl as the others dashed past the two Akatsuki members full speed. Oh, hell no you don't. Hiding yelled as he started to run after them, only to be blocked by Owl. Your fight is with us now, said an ANBU member with a monkey mask from behind him. My Kami fine. I will fight you guys. Let's make this quick, Kakazu. We need to make sure those two Sharingan users make it to base safely, Hayden said as the group engaged in a furious battle. Let's not worry about them. If Leader Sama hand-picked those two, then they will have to be powerful enough to protect themselves, even when outnumbered, Kakazu said as he dodged a kunai that was flung at him and at the same time kicking ANBU with a horse mask on in the chest, making him step back, gripping his chest. XXXXX. As the group continued to follow the Sharingan duo, they decided to come up with a plan. Look, we're going to have to split them up, because from Sasuke's report from last night, Naruto has the Sharingan, and both Itachi and Naruto has the Manjikyu Sharingan, said Kakashi, earning shocked looks from all of them. He has been hiding this many secrets from us this entire time, thought Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee. It seems that Naruto is quite good at using his Sharingan, while Itachi is nothing less at a master at it, Kakashi continued. So if they're going to fight with each other, we will most surely lose. Kakashi and I will take Itachi, while you three will take Naruto, said Guy as they entered the clearing where Itachi and Naruto were standing with their backs to the group that entered the field. Itachi, you are the reason why Naruto did this, aren't you? Kakashi yelled. No, Naruto said emotionlessly with his back still turned. I left on my own free will. Well, if that is true, then we are here to take you back. Just you, though. You can leave Itachi now and come back peacefully while you still have the chance, Guy said, trying to reason with Naruto. No, I will not return with you. I'm leaving with Itachi-sensei, and there is no way in talking me out of it, Naruto said emotionlessly. Fine, then we'll force you to come back. You are our friend, and we cannot let you leave like this, Neji yelled as he threw one kunai at each target. Naruto and Itachi slid around in unison and caught the kunai that was thrown at them. Thanks for the weapon, Itachi said emotionlessly, making the Konin ninja even angrier. Damn it, we will make Naruto-kun come back with us if it's the last thing we do, Lee yelled as they all dashed toward their respectful targets. Naruto and Itachi simply stood there emotionless, while they're holding up their left hand out in front with the kunai, hanging lazily in their right with their normal Sharingans blazing. Guy were the first of their respectful targets, as they both did their grand opening technique in unison as they flung themselves at Naruto and Itachi. Naruto and Itachi stood there motionlessly as the attacks came, aimed at their heads. Both Naruto and Itachi moved their hands up, catching their legs an inch away from the side of their heads, and in one swift movement used Guy's and Lee's momentum and smashed them into each other. Neji and Tenten were soon on Naruto, as was Kakashi on Itachi. How come nobody sticks with a plan when they get angry? Kakashi thought as his kunai was blocked by Itachi's. Neji was throwing everything he could at Naruto in the way of gentle fist, but Naruto kept dodging or slapping away his attacks. Guess he knows of my bloodline's technique to know not to block my attacks, directly thought Neji as he stopped his push to leave enough room for Tenten to throw a kunai over his head. Just as the kunai flew over his head, he began to charge again at Naruto. The kunai was deflected toward Neji, cutting him on the shoulder. Neji came to a halt and analyzed the wound to find it was not that deep. Better be more careful. He is using our own strength against us, thought Neji and Tenten as they made a grave mistake. They looked Naruto in the eyes, and Neji and Tenten were caught in a powerful Jinjutsu. As they fought in Naruto's Jinjutsu, Naruto steadily made his way to them, picking up a kunai in the process and putting it to Tenten's neck. Just as Naruto was going for the kill, Naruto stopped and brought up his arm to block the kick courteous of Lee, making Naruto slide away on his feet. You were going to kill your friend Naruto, Lee yelled. Naruto just stared at Lee with emotionless eyes. I better not look into those eyes, or I'm done for, thought Lee as he looked at Naruto's legs for his movement. Naruto just stood there as Neji and Tintin were starting to stand up. Look at his legs and not in the eyes. If you do, he will get you into another Jinjutsu, Lee said. But then we can't face him at full strength. We will be relying off of predictions, Neji said angrily, knowing Lee was right. Hopefully Guy and Kakashi are faring better than us. Don't look at his eyes, Guy. He will put you into a Jinjutsu, Kakashi yelled as he blocked a punch from a clone Itachi, while Itachi stood in the background holding up a one-handed hand sign. Water Dragon no Jutsu, Kakashi yelled as a large water dragon shot toward Itachi. Grand Fireball no Jutsu, Itachi said as a large fireball shot toward Kakashi's dragon. The two forces met and made a large steam cloud in the middle. Itachi looked at the cloud, but suddenly Guy shot out of it quickly. Guy was about to hit Itachi, but a Naruto blocked the attack and pushed Guy back slightly. Itachi and Guy looked at Naruto, which was in the midst of blocking a bunch of weapons that were being thrown at him. How was he able to make a clone while blocking all those weapons? Guy thought, but was interrupted as an Itachi clone was sent at him. Naruto was in the middle of blocking Tintin's twin towering dragon technique, while Neji and Lee throwing in any attacks they could if he tried to retreat. I need to get out of this mess somehow, thought Naruto as he did one-handed hand signs at blinding speed and whispered, sinking sand no jutsu, effectively sliding him underground. Where did he go? Neji said as all three walked up to where Naruto slid underground. Just as they stopped at the spot, a thunderbolt shot Tintin and Lee from the side and knocking Neji off his feet. Neji tried to move, but was unable to. Neji looked over at Tintin and Lee to find them both knocked out and Naruto advancing onto him. Why? Why are you doing this, Naruto? Neji asked. As Naruto was right over him, Naruto said, to test my strength. All Neji saw was the bottom of Naruto's shoe before going into a harsh unconscious. Naruto looked toward Itachi and to see how his battle was going. Guy could be seen knocked out with blood coming from a cut above the eye and many bruises scattered across the body along with his spandex suit torn up. Kakashi was no better except for he was not knocked out like his friend was. He seemed to be charging up for his last attack as his hand had lightning shooting out of it. Chidori, Kakashi yelled. Naruto stood there copying the jutsu Kakashi just yelled. Interesting jutsu Kakashi. I'll store that away for later, Naruto thought as Itachi and Naruto both felt the presence of two figures followed by what seemed to be 30 other chakra sources, all A and BU level. Guess the Hokage sent reinforcements, thought Itachi as he continued to stare at Kakashi as he continued to charge up his Chidori. Just as Kakashi was about to lunge, a large scythe was across his neck. I wouldn't do that if I were you, said Haiden from behind Kakashi with Kakuzu beside Haiden. The Chidori Kakashi was charging was fading, and Kakashi put up his hands in surrender. Haiden lowered his scythe, and with Kakuzu knocking him out with a quick swipe to the back of the neck. So, I see you two took care of everything here. Good, because we got like 30 AMBU behind us, so we need to take them out before we leave, or they will follow us to no end, Haiden said as they got ready for the attack. They were bursting through the trees, throwing kunai like crazy while all four were blocking them with their own kunai and scythe. Suddenly Itachi had an idea. Naruto, let's try our new weapons, Itachi whispered. Naruto nodded and they both said in unison, Manjikyu Sharingan. Everything became clearer as his brain was able to read their attacks like child's play. What is this? This feeling, it's amazing. I'm able to read their attack much clearly now, Naruto and Itachi thought. Naruto, use Amaterasu, Itachi yelled over the sound of battle. All right, Amaterasu, Naruto and Itachi yelled in unison. Itachi got 7 and Naruto hit 5 with the black flames. Naruto felt his eyes change, but paid it no matter because of the pain he felt in eyes after using his Manjikyu Sharingan. Damn it. Why does it hurt so bad after using it for the first time? Naruto thought as he looked over at Itachi, who was in the same position. As Haiden and Kakuzu finished off the stragglers, Itachi made his way over to Naruto. Using the Man-GQ Sharingan for the first time is going to hurt your eyes more than it will the second. Our eyes won't hurt at all the second time, but if we use it a lot or in large quantities, then they will, Itachi said as he looked into the eyes of his student and saw the fourth extension on Naruto's golden Man-GQ Sharingan. It also seems you have the fourth level of the Sharingan, Itachi said as Naruto nodded. I'll have to help you learn how to use that as well. Haiden and Kakuzu walked up to the Sharingan pair and said, "Damn, that was some damn fire, guys. I put the shit out," Haiden said while putting chakra into his cloak and repairing the burn marks. Itachi looked at the black flames and they disappeared from sight. Strange. Whatever, let's get going before they send more reinforcements, Kakuzu said before the four sprinted away from the bloody battlefield. Itachi looked over at Naruto to see he was kind of depressed. "What's the matter?" Itachi whispered out of earshot from the two other members that were with them. "I didn't want to hurt and act so cold toward my friends," Naruto said. "Look, it might be hard to believe, but this will make all your friends stronger, and believe it or not, you as well. They will train hard to get you back, and you'll have to train even harder to lengthen the gap you have with everyone back in Konoha," Itachi said with a rare smile. Naruto seemed to brighten up again as they continued on their trek to the Akatsuki base. XXXXX 1 hour later. Tintin grumbled as she got up from her down position in the field. She looked around to find that the rest of her team and Kakashi were up and checking all the dead bodies that were scattered throughout the field. Did Naruto and the rest of the men with the long black cloaks do this? Tintin thought as she thought she was going to vomit from all the dead bodies that were around her. "We got one that is still alive over here," Lee yelled from across the field. As the group ran up to Lee, Kakashi asked, "What happened and who did this to you?" The AMBU with the owl mask struggled to answer, but still got the words out. The one with the large scythe said they were a part of a group. "No, as Akatsuki," said Owl as Kakashi went wide-eyed as he has heard the rumors of this organization. He said that they were going to initiate Naruto and Itachi into the organization. "Oh God," Kakashi said. "That was the organization Orochimaru joined when he defected from Konoha, but eventually he left that organization as well." "All right, what else did you find out?" Kakashi asked, but when he looked down, Owl was dead. "We need to report this back to the Hokage ASAP," Guy said as the remaining ninja sprinted back to Konoha. As they were sprinting back, Tintin began to cry. "What's wrong?" Guy asked, jumping back to her. "It's just that, how could Naruto do this to us? The reason he told us was totally not like him, and now he is a part of a criminal organization? This is just too much," Tintin said between sobs. "What did he say?" Guy asked, fearing what he told the three genin. "He said he did it to test his strength, but do you think that is the real him? Do you think he set up this since the start?" Tintin asked, still crying. "I don't know. Only time will tell," Guy said sadly. "Well, do you think we will ever see him again?" Tintin asked desperately. "Yes, I think we will see him again, and I hope he will be on our side," Guy said, looking up at the sky. He knew everyone else was listening to their conversation, but they needed to hear this as well as himself. The rest of the trip back was in silence as they all thought back to their fights and how powerful the pair of Sharingan users have gotten and how much they have to train to bring back Naruto. "He did what?" the Hokage yelled as Kakashi gave him his mission report. "How could Naruto kill like this? I thought he was just dragged into this by Itachi, but I guess he left willingly," the Hokage said out loud. "It was like Naruto was even himself. He acted so cold and emotionless, I thought it wasn't even Naruto at all," Guy said next to Kakashi. Niji, Tintin, and Lee all cringed at the thought of this new Naruto. "How are we going to tell everyone about this?" Tintin thought. I see. Well, we are down two of our strongest ninja, and we have to make up this loss with a new genin that are graduating in a couple of days," the Hokage said, looking out the window. "That's right. The academy graduation is in a couple of days. We better not tell the crew what happened and ruin their graduation," Lee said. Right, we will have to stay out of sight from everybody, including the villagers, because they were expecting us to back the Uchiha prodigy, Kakashi said. I will try to hold up the process here. The news of Naruto leaving with Itachi is out anyways, so you guys take it easy for a couple of days. I know you all need it after what happened, the Hokage said with a hint of sadness in his voice. He was hit just as hard as all of us, as well everyone thought as they walked out of the Hokage office. XXXXX Academy graduations. Everyone was happy it was day that they finally get out of this hellhole called the Academy. Naruto's friends, minus Neji, Tintin, and Lee, could be seen sitting on the roof of the school eating lunch and talking amongst each other about what has been going on around the village. Sasuke just came back yesterday, just as cold and rude as ever, and with all his fangirls fawning over him as usual, Choji said in an annoyed tone. Yep, and he's teamed with Sakura and some homeschool guy called Sai, Shino said. We all have a person we don't particularly like on our team, Shikamaru said while looking up at the clouds in deep thought. I'm just glad everyone passed, Hinata said shyly. Except for Naruto. When he comes back, he will pass, Choji said smiling. The rest of the gang has been gone for a while now. I wonder how well their mission to retrieve Naruto went, Shino said. I have no idea, Hinata said, hoping the retrieval mission went well. Well, let's go back to class before we are late. Shino said they all began to get up, except Shikamaru, who looked deep in thought. Shikamaru. Hey, Shikamaru, wake up, damn it. Choji said, shaking him. Huh? Oh, sorry about that. I was just thinking about something, Shikamaru said, taking Choji's hand and getting up. What were you thinking about? Hinata asked. Nothing important, Shikamaru said. Damn it, Naruto. I think of anything that would fit you. I hate not knowing things. Well, if it has you thinking this hard, then it must be important, but let's go back to class, Choji said as they began to walk back to class. Upon walking back to class, they took a seat in their respectful seats and waited further instructions from the teacher as soon as he walked into the classroom. Hey, Pineapple Head, where is the dope? I need to tell him something, Sasuke said, walking up to Shikamaru. Haven't you heard? Naruto is a missing ninja now and left, Shikamaru said with his head still laid down on the desk. The dope is too weak to be a missing ninja. He never had the potential that the Uchiha clan has, Sasuke said in ignorance. You mean had? Kiba mocked from behind him. Look, nobody asked you, so go scratch your butt or something, Sasuke said as he turned back to Shikamaru. Naruto left with your brother and killed your entire clan with your brother. So please, I know nothing else about Naruto, Shikamaru said before nodding to Kiba, who punched Sasuke in the back of the head and walked back to his seat. All Sasuke did was give a death glare to Kiba, walk back to his seat. All right, class, let me go over the teams once more before you all head out, Irika said. Team 1, Team 7, Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai. Team 8 Foot Kiba, Shino, and Hinata. Team 9, Team 10, Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino. All right, class, I hope you all stay safe in being a ninja, and you respectful senseis will be here to pick you up. And with that said, Irika got up and left. After class, Neji, Tintin, Guy, and Lee were seen outside the academy waiting for everyone to file out with their senseis. Team 8 and Team 10 walked over to Team Guy to see how they were doing. Hey guys, my name is Kiba. Nice to meet you, Kiba said, smiling. Likewise, Neji said. Where is Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Team Guy saddened at this, and everybody knew what happened, except for Kiba, who was confused. Naruto and Itachi are too strong for us. He got away, and now we need to train to get stronger to bring him back, Tintin said, looking depressed. What happened to Naruto? Kiba asked. We'll tell you later, Shino said. So how are we going to tighten the gap Naruto and Itachi have gotten between us? Because Naruto is at least Kakashi's level, if not stronger, Guy said, surprising everybody except for Team Guy. Wait, did I miss something here? Naruto is stronger to Kakashi? How is that? Kiba asked, still a little surprised. Naruto has the Sharingan and seems to have heightened his skill and power of it, as well as being completely different from all the other Sharingans. Guy said, earning a gasp, and from everyone, except for Team Guy. How did Naruto get so much skill on how to use the Sharingan? Shikamaru asked. It seems that Naruto has been training with Itachi for years on all aspects of how to be a ninja, and he joined an organization named Akatsuki, which is a criminal group consisting of all S-rank missing ninja that had only 8 members then, now have 10, Guy said. Everyone was shocked at the until Lee said, so all we have to do is train hard enough so we can bring him back the next time. Everyone brightened at this, they all agreed, including Ino and Kiba, that they would hard so that they could bring Naruto back. XXXXX, 1 month later. Team 7 was seen inside the Hokage's office after completing a D-rank mission. Good job bringing back that cat again. Now let's see if we can find you another D-rank mission, the Hokage said. No, this is stupid. I demand a C-rank mission so I can get stronger, Sasuke demanded. The Hokage looked at Sasuke and was about to reject him completely until remembered the client that just came in that needed protection while building a bridge. Fine, this one should be easy for you guys. You will protect this man until he's done with a bridge in Wave Country, and for support I will send a couple more squads because they aren't doing anything right now and could use their first C-rank mission, except for Team Guy. I will add Team Guy, Team 10, and Team 8 to go along with you, the Hokage said as the bridge builder walked into the office. My name is Tazuna, the super bridge builder, and I expect you all to give me super protection, Tazuna said, holding a liquor bottle. You guys will go rally up everyone and bring them to Eastgate. Good luck, the Hokage said before Team 7 and Tazuna walked out the door to get the others and ready up for their mission. Team 7 were the first ones at the gate and was surprised to find that Kakashi was the first one there. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? You're never here first? Sakura asked. Never late for an important mission, Kakashi said as he flipped a page in his orange book. Why do we need the others? We can take this mission on by ourselves, Sasuke said, only to get knocked over the head by Sai, making Sakura angry. Why the hell did you hit my Sasuke-kun? Sakura demanded. Because Sasuke is being stupid and is not praising the fact that we have reinforcements that we could need later, Sai said as the others arrived in one large group. They seem to have met somewhere up the road. Hello everybody. Everyone ready for your first C-rank mission? Tenten said, smiling. Hell yeah, let's get going. Tazuna, lead the way, Kiba yelled as they began on their trek to Wave Country, not even realizing what lies ahead. XXXXX Akatsuki base. Naruto, now that you stole that ring from Orochimaru, you are a part of our organization. Your partner is going to be Deidara for now, because while you wear out getting the ring, Itachi and Kisame were ordered to another mission, a shadowy figure said. Naruto nodded emotionlessly. Your mission is to get to Wave Country and earn their respect and loyalty. Whether it is by friendship or fear is up to you, the figure said with his own Dojutsu and mask on. I will do as you wish, Leader Sama, Naruto said, his Manjikyu Sharingan on blazing in the darkness. The Konan ninja were seen walking down the dirt road toward Wave Country with their VIP in the middle of the group. It was a bright sunny day and the weather was perfect. Wow, what a great day, Ino said as she stretched her arms above her head. Yeah, it is, Choji agreed. As they walked past a small puddle in the center of the road, all the Jonin knew someone was up to something, as well as Shikamaru, Niji, Hinata, and Shino. The moment they walked past, 2 people shot out of the puddle and wrapped their chains around Kakashi and tore him in half. All the Genin, except for Niji, Tenten, and Lee, stood stock still while the Jonin and the 3 older Genin got ready for a fight as 3 mercenaries jumped out of the bush. Get ready for a fight, Asuma said as he got his trench knives ready. But what about Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked, still shocked. Just get ready, damn it, Asuma yelled, which shook everyone out of their shocked states, and the Genin got into ready position. All right, we will take the 2 with the chains while the rest of you take out the mercenaries without chakra, Kurenai said, as the demon brothers and the mercenaries charged the group. Sasuke threw a kunai at a mercenary and started doing hand signs for a jutsu. Lee shot forward like a bullet and kicked a mercenary in the stomach with all his might and shot the mercenary into a tree, knocked out from the hit. Mind transfer, no jutsu. Ino yelled as she took over the body of the other mercenary with Hinata, catching her as she fell. Kiba and Choji slammed in each side of the mercenary, crushing his arms with Ino just barely getting out of the body in time. Thanks, Hinata, for catching me, Ino said. Hinata smiled back and nodded as she turned her head to see Sasuke finishing his jutsu. Fire bullet no jutsu. Sasuke yelled as he shot a quick bullet of fire, hitting the mercenary in the chest, sending him flying into the other mercenary against the tree. Great shot, Sasuke-kun. Sakura squealed, making everyone cringe as Sasuke lowered his hands. Yet for someone with a small penis, Sai said, making Sasuke face fault, and Sakura start yelling at Sai. Asuma and Guy were having a hard time fighting the Demon Brothers because they couldn't get close to them with them always slinging those chains around, until Kurenai got one with her Genjutsu, which she quickly disabled. You bastard! I will have my revenge on my fallen dash. The remaining brother screamed, but was cut short when a kunai was stuck into his back. No, you won't, Kakashi said calmly behind him, shocking the genin. The remaining brother just grinned and went up in smoke with a log where it once was. A transfer jutsu? Kakashi said, looking around until a fist slammed into the back of his head, skidding him across the dirt road toward the group. You underestimate me, he said, picking up his brother. I will see you all later, and believe me, we will see each other again. The Demon Brothers went up in smoke with a confused look on all the genin and a demanding look coming from the jonin. All right, Tizuna. What is really going on? Guy asked, looking at the nervous bridge builder. I have no idea what you're talking about, Tizuna said, backing away nervously. We know there's something more to this than meets the eye, so spill it, Kakashi said, looking Tizuna in the eye. Okay. I'll talk, but please help me after I'm done, Tizuna pleaded. We'll see after you're done, Kakashi said as the bridge builder told him about Gato and the recently strong shinobi he hired. So do we stick with it or head back and tell the Hokage about this? Kakashi asked everyone. We should continue on, Kiba shouted, which everyone seemed to agree with him, except for Sakura. But I could get killed in all this, but at the same time, I don't want to disappoint Sasuke-kun and everyone else, Sakura thought, as she didn't voice her concern in continuing the mission. Note that this mission is now a rank mission, and everyone still agrees to continue. Kakashi said, giving them one last chance to back out, but they held firm and nodded for them to continue. It's decided then. We are continuing on with the mission, Kakashi said as they began to walk the rest of the way to Wave Country. XXXXX. So, do you have a plan yet? Deidara asked. Yes, Naruto said as they continued to walk. Naruto only opens up to Itachi, but Deidara has somehow gotten to like Naruto's emotionless half. Naruto may never figure out why. Well, my plan is to rain bombs upon them to make them all fear us. Yeah, Deidara said as he started to daydream about blowing up bombs. You only say that because you like blowing stuff, Naruto said back emotionlessly. Shut up, Deidara said in a comical fashion. Naruto simply shook his head as they continued to walk. Well then, what's your genius plan, yeah? Deidara asked, curious. Before coming here, I did some studying on the recent events and came up with some interesting results, Naruto said with an evil glint in his golden eyes. Yes, I love it when Naruto-kun has that glint in his eyes, yeah. Deidara yelled as Naruto told him his plan. XXXXX. Thanks for the ride, Tizuna said as they all got off the boat. Anything to save this land, said the driver as he drove the boat off into the thick mist. So what's the plan now? Guy asked. Let's make clones of Tizuna and make each squad go in different directions toward a random spot. Once they're dispel the clone and regroup at Tizuna's house, Kakashi said. Good plan, but where is your house? Kurenai asked, looking at Tizuna. Do you all have maps? Tizuna asked, getting nods from all the jonin. Let me mark where my house is on the maps, so you can regroup there, Tazuna said as he started marking the maps. As he was busy with that, Asuma asked, "So who's going to take the real Tazuna?" "I will," Kuriai said, voting herself. "No," Kakashi said, making Kuriai. "Why not? We need a more seasoned Jonin to take him since there are pretty strong ninja looking for him," Kakashi said, looking at Guy. "You? Or me?" Guy asked. "I will," Kakashi said, getting a nod from Guy and understanding. Kakashi made the 3 clones and hinged them into Tazuna. "See you guys back at the rendezvous point," Asuma said as they all went in different directions. XXXXX Kakashi's team. Team 7 were walking down a path toward Tazuna's house when they heard a brushing noise coming toward them. Kakashi's eyes widened. "Everyone down!" Kakashi yelled, dragging down Tazuna in the process. Everyone hit the deck as a large steel blade hit right above them. A body appeared next to the large cleaver with a sick smile. "Do you think tricks like that will trick me?" Zabuza said, grinning. Zabuza of the 7 Swordsmen. "What are you doing here?" Kakashi asked. "I came for him," Zabuza said, pointing toward Tazuna. Which scared said man shitless. "What do you want him for?" Kakashi asked. "That's my own business, so will you hand him over peacefully, or will I have to take him?" Zabuza asked, knowing the answer that was to come. "We will not hand him over," Kakashi said coldly. Just as he said, they would say Zabuza thought. "I gave you the chance, now you will pay for it," Zabuza said. "You guys protect Tazuna while I take on Zabuza. He is too powerful for you 3 to take on," Kakashi said as Kakashi and Zabuza engaged in a fierce battle. Just like the battle before except for the end, and it was Sai and Sasuke that did the trick to release Kakashi. Just as Kakashi was about to incapacitate Zabuza, Zabuza raised his hand to issue a halt. "You can't stop me now that you're losing, Zabuza," Kakashi said. "I will take my leave now. It was fun, but you will see me again, I guarantee you," Zabuza said with a grin as he turned into water. "What was that all about?" Kakashi said out loud as his world went black. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura screamed as she ran over to check on his health. "He's fine, just blacked out from exhaustion," Sai said, walking up to his sensei and lifting an arm around his shoulder as Sasuke did the other. "Let's get your house before anyone else tries to attack us," Sai said as they began the final trek to Tazuna's house. XXXXX. "Where the hell were you?" Kuriai yelled as she saw Tazuna and Sakura enter, but quieted when she saw the condition of Kakashi. "What happened?" Niji asked. "We were attacked by a man named Zabuza of the 7 Swordsmen," said Sakura as Sai, and Sai went upstairs and laid Kakashi on an unoccupied bed. The reactions from the Jonin were that of shock and anger. "Why is he here?" Asuma said. "What is going on? And why is this such a bad thing?" Kiba asked. "Let's hear Kakashi's side of this before we tell you kids anything," Guy said. "It has been 18 hours since Kakashi laid down in that bed until he finally stirred. So you're finally awake, eh?" Asuma said, next to a window that was in the room. "Yeah. What happened since I was out?" Kakashi asked. "Nothing really. Just got the Jinin working on tree climbing. I'll go get the others and tell them you are awake. They need to hear the story from you," Asuma said as he got up and left. About 15 minutes later, everyone was around Kakashi's bed ready to hear what happened while Sakura, Sai, and Sasuke were standing near the door having been there when it happened. "You see, what happened when we split up," Kakashi began as he told the rest of the group what happened with the incident with Zabuza. "So he just up and left? That's weird. Normally, when one of the 7 swordsmen begin a fight, they finish it whether he is killed, wins, or is knocked out. What'll be going on?" Guy said out loud. "Yes," Tazuna said, "it was a businessman named Gato who's been hiring mercenaries and ninja to take over this island by trade and to stop Tazuna from building this bridge so they can land trade," Kurenai said to Kakashi. "He wants his men to keep fighting until 1, they kill Tazuna, or 2, they die." "So why did Zabuza leave without a fight?" Guy said more to himself than everyone else in the room. "Maybe there's more than meets the eye," Shikamaru said. "What do you mean?" Choji asked. "What if there's something else going on that we don't know of?" Shikamaru inquired. Maybe we'll have to keep an eye open, but until then, keep training, Kakashi said until he noticed something. Hey, where's Tenten? XXXXX. Going back in there is a waste of my time, Tintin said to herself. I got to get stronger, Tintin thought as she entered a field to be greeted by a sight she never thought she would see again. There in the middle of the field stood a figure with a black cloak with red clouds across them. Naruto-kun, Tintin said desperately. Naruto turned to face Tintin. When he fully was turned around, Naruto had his Sharingan on blazing. Is that you, Naruto-kun? Tintin said again, taking a step closer to the figure. Inwardly, Naruto was surprised Tintin was here. I knew a Konoha team was escorting the bridge builder, but I had no idea it was them. Naruto thought, staring at Tintin emotionlessly. Please, Naruto-kun, everyone is here. Niji, Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, everyone. Please don't leave us again. Don't leave me again, Tintin said, whispering the last part. Naruto heard it nonetheless and knew the emotions behind her words. I gotta end this conversation now, or I will have to knock her out. I'm not really here, Naruto said emotionlessly. What? Tintin asked, staring at Naruto as he walked closer. This is a dream. You trained hard, and you managed to pass out from the exhaustion, Naruto said, stopping less than 4 inches away than the frightened girl in front of him. And oh, this can't be. It all feels so real. Please, you can't leave me. I love you, Tintin yelled, blushing furiously. Naruto leaned over and whispered in Tintin's ear, I know, as a clone knocked her out into Naruto's arms that gently put the girl down in the center of the field. Well, this complicates things. I knew Hinata and Haku had these feelings for me, but Tintin? Who's next? Ino? Conan? Man, that would be the day. Naruto thought as his clone went up in smoke and Naruto disappeared from sight. XXXXX, 1 hour later. Tintin, Niji yelled as he looked around for Tintin. Where could she be? Niji thought as he entered a clearing with a body lying in the center. Tintin, Niji yelled as he ran over to check on her. Upon running up to Tintin, he noticed she was awake and crying. What's the matter? Niji asked, sitting beside the fragile girl beside him. I just had possibly the worst and best dream of my life, Tintin said as she continued to look up at the cloudy sky, crying. Want to talk about it? Niji asked. No, I'll be fine, just give me a while, Tintin said, getting up. All right, if you say so. Let's get back to the house. Dinner is almost ready, Niji said, getting up with Tintin and walking back to the house. XXXXX. Today is the day of rescanning as everyone was walking to the bridge to get ready for the final fight. How do you today is the day? Kiba asked, not completely sure how they know today was the day. It will take Zabuza a little while to heal from our fight. He was just as exhausted as I was when we finished, so would have taken him a little bit to heal, Kakashi said, answering Kiba's question. When they entered the bridge site, they noticed something was off. Where are the workers? Tazuna asked, looking around. Hello again. I promised you I would be back now, wouldn't I? A familiar voice rang across the bridge. Hello, Zabuza. Are you by yourself? Because if you're then you aren't going to win against all of us, Kakashi said, trying to figure out where the voice was coming from. Of course not. I brought friends me. Some you might have seen before, Zabuza said with a laugh, as he appeared about 15 feet in front of them, followed by Mist Hunter Ninja, then by the Demon Brothers. Hey, remember us? The younger one said, looking straight at Kurinai, making her shiver under his gaze. After that, 3 IWA and 2 Cloud missing ninja appeared. Finally, 2 people appeared they didn't want to see. 2 Akatsuki members appeared behind the line of missing ninja, before them, wearing their traditional black cloaks that go down to their ankles with red clouds and the straw hats that shadow their entire head. The Konoha ninja were shocked that 2 Akatsuki members were hired to stop them from building the bridge. Looks like Gato has a lot of money to be able to hire 2 Akatsuki members, thought Kakashi, as he pulled up his headband. Nobody knew who the 2 Akatsuki members were, but they were hoping they aren't two in particular. Here's the plan. I'll go for Zabuza, while Sasuke and Sai go for the Mist Hunter. Kurenai's team will go for the Demon Brothers. Guy's team will head for the 3 IWA Ninja, and Asuma's team will take out the 2 Cloud Ninja. Sakura will cover Tazuna. Does everyone understand? Kakashi explained. What about the 2 Akatsuki members? Aren't they going to be the toughest? Ino asked. We will go after them last, so we can focus everything on them, Kakashi said, eyeing the 2 Akatsuki members while Sasuke can't wait to battle the Akatsuki. That is the organization Itachi and Naruto defected to. If I can beat them, then I will be sending a clear message to them that I'm stronger and I will kill them, Sasuke thought as he was ready to tear through this mist ninja head straight to the Akatsuki members. All right, everyone, you know what to do, go, Kakashi yelled, and everyone ran to his or her respectful targets, while the 2 Akatsuki members simply stood there watching with interest from under their hats. Fighting was intense across the bridge as the 2 groups continued to engage each other, neither wanting to give the other the upper hand. Man, these Cloud Ninja are tougher than I had expected, Asuma said to his Genin team, which were having a hard time as well against the 2 Cloud Ninja. Choji went in for another powered fist. Water Spike, no Jutsu, yelled the taller Cloud Ninja. Said Jutsu made Choji quickly stop and dodge the dangerous spike that was shot at him. Damn it, we need to come up with a strategy that will stop these guys. Choji yelled to Shikamaru and Asuma, who were trying to think of one. I got it. Everyone on me. I got a plan. Shikamaru yelled as everyone started to make his way over to his position. While Shikamaru was explaining his plan to the team, he caught something out of the corner of his eye. Idiot is going to get himself killed, Shikamaru thought as he continued his explanation of his plan. XXXXX teammate. My Jinjutsu isn't working, Kurenai told her team after giving her Jinjutsu another go only for the other brother knock her out of her concentration or jolt the other with chakra. Ha ha ha. Your Jinjutsu won't work on us now that we got some advice from the 2 people behind us, said the older brother laughing at their predicament. He is right. Jinjutsu won't work unless we take one of them out or separate them, Kurenai said. Well then let's just focus all our firepower on one, while keeping the other at bay, Kiba suggested. Right, let's get to it then, Kurenai said as she saw someone charging into Hell's Gates. What the fuck is he doing? Kurenai thought as they started their plan to take out the Demon Brothers. XXXXX team guy. We can't get close to them as long as they keep throwing up those rock slabs, Lee said as he retreated after being blocked by another rock slab. And we can't attack from a distance or they will start rock bullets at us again, Tintin said as she desperately tried thinking of a plan. We need to come up with something now or we are screwed, Niji said as he saw them, through the rock slabs, start the seals for an earth bullet note jutsu. I've got it, but it will push us to the limits, Guy said looking at his students who nodded in approval. All right, here's what I've got, Guy said as he started to explain his plan only for him, his students, and a missing ninja from IWA to pause as they watched someone run toward the 2 Akatsuki members. Son of a bitch. We need to finish this fast, Guy thought as he explained his plan to the Genin, while the IWA ninja shook their heads and returned their attention back to Guy's team. XXXXX Kakashi. Even though I'm copying his moves, it all boils down to a stalemate in the end. What is Zabuza up to? Could it have something to do with the Akatsuki members? It seems like he is just stalling for time, Kakashi thought as the 2 once again were in kunai sword clash struggling for dominance. I know what you were thinking, Hitaki, and you seem to be thinker of the group as well as that kid with pineapple-shaped hair, Zabuza said looking into Kakashi's eyes and with a pushed back Kakashi, signaling the end of that struggle. What are you up to? There is something else bigger than Gato going on here, isn't there? Kakashi said, demanding an answer. We are getting paid to take out that bridge builder. Nothing more, nothing less, Zabuza said, grinning while smashing his sword into Kakashi's kunai, making it another power struggle. Kakashi looked over to see how everyone was doing when he saw a figure charge out of the fray and beelined it straight toward the Akatsuki members. What is he thinking? Kakashi thought as returned his attention back to Zabuza. Looks like your student is a little rash, don't you think? Zabuza said, taunting Kakashi. We will see, Kakashi said back with a cold glare. I need to finish this quick in order to stop Sasuke from getting himself killed. XXXXX Sasuke and sigh. At first chance, I will take out those two Akatsuki members and send a message to Naruto and Itachi that I am stronger than they are, Sasuke thought as he fought the mist ninja who could seem to make ice out of water. Look, Sasuke, I know we really don't get along, but we need to band together to defeat this enemy because we haven't made any progress and he has made plenty, Sai said looking at Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Sai like he was crazy. Like hell I would team up with a dope like you, Sasuke said as he saw his chance to attack the Akatsuki members and took it, leaving Sai to take on the Mist Hunter ninja. Just as Naruto-kun said he would. Now let's put my mission into action, the Mist ninja thought, looking at Sai who was wearing an annoyed face. XXXXX Sasuke. I'll kill you, Sasuke screamed as he charged the Akatsuki members. He's hopeless, Naruto thought as Sasuke jabbed his fist at Naruto's face, which he easily blocked. Sasuke was getting annoyed at the shorter Akatsuki member. Why can't I hit you? Sasuke screamed as he continued his offensive, which was failing miserably. Sasuke's fired a few fire jutsu, but his offensive came to a halt when the shorter Akatsuki member grabbed Sasuke's wrist and twisted. Sasuke used this momentum to go for a kick to the top of the head. The shorter Akatsuki member countered this by slamming Sasuke into the ground. The Akatsuki member lifted him up by the neck until Sasuke was face to face with him. Sasuke could still not see underneath the hat. Hello, Sasuke, the shorter Akatsuki member said emotionlessly. At that instant, Sasuke knew who it was. Nah, Naruto, Sasuke strained to say with a fierce anger building in his eyes. The shorter member of Akatsuki lifted his just a little to reveal his golden eyes with the regular Sharingan active. You bastard. I'll fucking kill you for you've dash. Sasuke screamed, but was cut off as a fist smashed into his stomach. Your brother told me to give you a message from the both of us, Naruto said as his eyes spun into the 4th level Manjikyu Sharingan. What kind of Sharingan is that? Sasuke gasped as he coughed up some blood from the hit to the stomach. One day you will see. Manjikyu Sharingan, Naruto said loud enough for only Deidara, Sasuke, and himself to hear. Where am I? Said out loud as he was standing in a world that was black and yellow. Imagine the normal Manjikyu Sharingan world, except for the red is yellow. You are in my world now, Naruto said, emotionlessly as Sasuke, somehow, was posted up onto a cross with many Narutos around him. Of this world, I control everything. Mass, gravity, even time itself. I control it all. You will spend the next 72 hours here, Naruto said as he stuck a sword into Sasuke's chest. You are weak, Naruto said as he stuck another sword into Sasuke. Why are you so weak, cousin? Naruto said. I hate you, Sasuke muttered. Foster your hatred, cousin. Despise me, Naruto said emotionlessly as he stuck another sword into Sasuke's heart. XXXXX. Sasuke, Kakashi yelled as he blocked another hit from Zabuza's cleaver. We'll get him, Asuma said as him and Ino ran to get Sasuke as Naruto dropped him to the ground and walked back to his partner's side. We're going to need more help if we're going to take out these guys, Asuma yelled over the sound of battle as he got in a fighting stance as Ino carried Sasuke back to Sakura Tazuna. Zabuza glanced over at Haku, who seemed to be done with his conversation with Sai. Getting a nod from Haku, Zanuza said, Let's end this little fight, Kakashi. This is getting us nowhere. Kakashi was surprised, but nodded because he knew that this fight was pointless. All right, but you must tell me who you are working for, because I know you aren't working for Gato anymore, aren't you? Kakashi asked. Yes, I don't work for Gato anymore. I work for those two over there, Zabuza said, pointing toward the two Akatsuki members. Then you are our enemies. We are currently trying to find one of our ninjas that defected from to that organization. Kakashi yelled, getting angry. He, you'll see what happens in a few seconds, Abusa said, dissolving into water as Haku did the same over by Sai. What is he talking about? Kakashi thought as he and Sai dashed over to Asuma, who was sweating bullets in front of the two Akatsuki members alone. As Kakashi made his way over to Asuma, he saw Guy's team all lying on the ground, exhausted from the battle, and 3 dead IWA ninja. Choji was also knocked out, as well as Shikamaru, as he stood up shakily. Looks like we are you only backup, Asuma, Kakashi said as he looked at Sai. What was Sai talking about to the Mist Ninja? Kakashi thought. Do you think this is enough? Asuma asked. Do you want me to tell the truth or lie about it? Kakashi asked. I see, Asuma said, looking down at the ground. We will have to hold them off until Guy's team can stand again, then we will be able to beat them, Kakashi said, brightening Asuma up a little. Or we can at least do that, Asuma said, looking forward again. Your charges aren't enough to blow the bridge, correct? Naruto said from under his hat, still looking forward. Correct, the bombs won't blow the bridge. Deidara said, a little saddened from under his hat as well, both looking at the desperate ninja in front of them. Good, Naruto said. Play it defensively until the rest of the group is able to fight again, or Kurenai's team is done with the Demon Brothers. We can't let them dash, Kakashi explained until he was cut off. We don't want to fight, Naruto said to the ninja in front of them. What are you talking about? You work for Gato, so you are paid to kill Tizuna, Asuma yelled back. Wrong. We came here on our own will. Yeah, Deidara said. Then why are you here, and why did you knock out one ninja? Kakashi replied. We knocked him out because he attacked us. So we retaliated, Naruto said emotionlessly. Where have I heard that voice from? Kakashi thought. You still didn't explain why you are here, Kakashi demanded. At that moment, a short, pudgy man could be seen at the edge of the fog at the back of the unfinished bridge. They are here because I paid that organization a shitload of money bring out 2 of their members. That's why they are, Gato said, smiling. But I can't give them the money because by the end of this, they will be dead as well, Gato said as the wind blew away the fog behind him to reveal 150 mercenaries. We won't let you control our country any longer, Gato, Inari said as the island populace gathered onto the bridge. As you can see, Naruto said, still facing Kakashi, we are on the same side in all this. So, it seems, Kakashi said, not liking the idea of teaming up with them. The 2 Akatsuki members turned to face Gato and his men as Kurenai and Hinata walked next Kakashi, Asuma, and Sai. We heard the whole thing. At least we don't have to face the 2 crazy guys, Kurenai said. And we have the whole village behind us, so we should do okay, Asuma gaining confidence now that the 2 Akatsuki members are fighting with him. Remember, Asuma, strength in numbers, Kakashi said, looking at the backs of the Akatsuki members. We can change that. Yeah, Deidara said. He took off his hat and sealed it into his cloak as Naruto did the same. Naruto, the group that was still up, gasped. Do it, Naruto commanded to Deidara, who nodded. Clay birds shot out the concrete of the bridge everywhere in the back half of the mercenaries. The birds went up to about waist level, then exploding, killing or wounding all in that area. Kill them, damn it. I want those 2 dead, Gato screamed as he ran past the other half of the mercenaries. Let's go get our dinner, boys, said a mercenary as they all charged the 2 Akatsuki members. Amida, Sharingan, Naruto yelled as everything seemed to slow down. Naruto quickly went to each of the mercenaries and slit their throats before stopping in front of Gato, and once again he felt this weird sensation in the back of his eyes. To everyone else that was there, it seemed as if Naruto flew forward at amazing speed and stopped in front of Gato with mercenaries that was left have their throats cut open. Hey, Chow? Gato asked, frightened. Chidori, Naruto yelled as his hand lit up in red lightning with his eyes, straining a little more before running it through Gato's chest. As Gato slid off Naruto's arm, Kakashi yelled, Where did you learn that? Naruto turned around with his 5th level Manjikyu Sharingan on before it too slid away into his normal ocean blue eyes. He seemed to have blood running down his eyes and also seemed to be on the verge of blacking out. You taught me a Kakashi, Naruto said, grinning before falling forward with Deidara, catching him. Good show, Naruto. Mission complete, Deidara whispered. By now, everyone was up, except for Sasuke, and had watched the fight that happened between the two Akatsuki members with a large crowd still there. Everyone started cheering. We're free, someone yelled. Who are those two people? Tazuna asked Kakashi. They're both from an organization known as Akatsuki, and the only one I know is the shorted one that killed Gato, Kakashi said. Interesting. I think I'll go speak to them, Tazuna said as he started to walk toward the two battered men. Wait, let us escort you. They are both dangerous missing ninja, Asuma said. Walk up to Tazuna. No, they aren't dangerous. They just freed this land, so I doubt they will attack me, and besides, I need to speak with them alone, Tazuna said as he continued forward. As Tazuna walked up to the heroes of this land, Deidara was supporting Naruto with Naruto's arm slung over Deidara's shoulder. Thank you for what you did here today, Tazuna said. It's no problem. We didn't want to get involved in all this, but it had to happen, yet Deidara said. You guys aren't the evil organization everyone says you guys, are you? Tazuna said. Well, some of us aren't, but there are some that are, Deidara said as Naruto began to awake. What is your name? I already know Naruto's name from the ninja back there, Tazuna asked, pointing to the Konoha ninja that were watching them closely. My name is Deidara, missing ninja from my Deidara said, as Naruto was now able to support himself. The blood from his eyes now dried. Well, if you guys want, you can stay here while you guys heal, Tazuna offered loudly for everyone to hear. The crowd cheered in agreement, as the Konoha ninja wanted to see Naruto some more. I'm sorry, but we must leave. We are needed elsewhere, Naruto said emotionlessly, eyes still twitching from the pain of going up to another level in his Manjikyu Sharingan. The crowd and the ninja seemed to dampen at this. Well, you guys are welcome anytime. We will forward for a safe return, Tazuna said, brightening the crowd. Thank you, said Naruto as they left in a swirl of leaves. XXXXX. They were far enough away to speak without anyone hearing them. Well, your plan worked, yeah, Deidara said as they met at the rendezvous point. Well, did everything go okay? Hallow asked, a little worried about what happened to Naruto's eyes. Yes, mission completed. Thank you for the help, Naruto said as he tossed a bag of money to Zabuza. Thanks, but there is something I need to speak to you about, Zabuza asked. Naruto said, waiting for an answer. I know what you and Itachi are doing that organization, and me Haku want to help, Zabuza said, looking it straight into Naruto's eyes. Fine, we need more people. So far we only have 4, Naruto said. 4? Who are the other 2? Haku asked. Deidara here, and Naruto said. XXXXX. Everyone was still on the bridge after the fight, talking and laughing about how their lives are going to be easier now that Gato is taken out of the picture. You planned this whole thing, didn't you, Naruto? Shikamaru and Kakashi thought as Tenten approached Guy. Well, you were right, Guy Sensei, Tenten said as she leaned on the railing that Guy was standing next to. Right about what? Guy asked, confused. That the next time we saw Naruto-kun, he would be on our side, Tenten said, smiling. Yeah, I'm glad to see that Naruto isn't completely evil. Even if it was by accident, Guy said, looking up at the sky as the fog started to dissipate. Let's go talk with the villagers and see how much they are enjoying themselves, Tenten said as she sprinted toward the crowd. I know how I'm going to name the bridge. Tazuna yelled across the crowd, getting their attention immediately. What is it going to be called? Kiba asked. The Great Naruto Bridge, Tazuna yelled as the crowd went wild. Well done, Naruto. Pain praised the blonde in his office in the Rain Country. Thank you, Leader Sama. I have another mission for you, Pain said as he pulled out a scroll. When does the mission start? Naruto asked while grabbing the scroll. All the information is inside. Pain said with a smirk on his face. Oh, how he loved to torture the young blonde. What? Does it have to be on that date? Naruto exclaimed. Yes, sorry, but everyone else is out on a mission, and your teammate will be Kisame, Pain informed the teen, noticing a twitch from Naruto. I guess we haven't gotten him yet, Pain inquired. No, but we will soon. Just needs a bit more work until he will crack, Naruto answered with a slight upturn on the corners of his lips. Then this mission should be a perfect chance for you then, Pain said with an evil grin on his face. XXXXX, 1 week until Chunin exams. So, are you guys taking a shot at the Chunin exams? Kiba asked as Teams 7, 8, 9, and Guy walked toward the barbecue restaurant they always went to. Everyone nodded in reply. It's strange that Team 7 started coming with us. They never wanted to before, and now they are part of the group, Shikamaru thought as they entered the restaurant. This year is going to be tough because of all the new ninja coming in, Choji inferred. Yup, but we'll be ready for them, Kiba declared. Shikamaru, do you have any information on the other Genin that are going to compete? Ino questioned. I heard there are strong Genin teams coming in from the Sand and Sound villages, Shikamaru informed her. When we become Chunin, what are we going to do? Tenten wondered out loud. Getting cocky, Sakura remarked with a grin across her face. No, but if we do become Chunin, what are we going to do first? Tenten queried while blushing from embarrassment. I never really thought about that, Lee confessed. I will continue to train in order to try to bring Naruto-kun back to our village, Hinata declared with surprising conviction. I will too, Tenten proclaimed. This initiated nods from everyone else in the group, except for Sasuke. I will kill that bastard. I hate him even more than Itachi. I will make sure he burns in the deepest part of hell. Sasuke roared inside of his mind. When did you start to like Naruto, Sakura? Ino marveled. Well, ever since the Wave mission, when Kakashi pulled me to the side and told me what his life has been like, and how the way I treated him in the academy just made his life worse. It was because of people like me that he left. I hope that he forgives me, Sakura revealed. If you tell him like that, then I'm sure he will, Hinata supported. Well, I think we better get going before it gets dark. Niji manifested while he got up. All right, we'll see each other again at the Chunin exams, Choji proclaimed as they all split up and went off to their own homes. XXXXX. Naruto was traveling to the rendezvous point where he was supposed to meet Kisame. Upon entering the clearing, Naruto saw his temporary teammate leaning against a tree with his hat on. You are Kisame, I presume? Naruto asked with his emotionless mask set up. And you're Naruto? Wow, you act so similar to Itachi. Emotionless, calculating, and you have a weird Sharingan as well, Kisame remarked, seeing Naruto's golden Sharingan. This works out great then. I already have some experience working with a Sharingan user, so we should be able to work well with each other, Kisame conjectured. Seems so, Naruto uttered in his monotone voice. What is our mission then? Leader Sama said to get the mission information from you when we met up. Our mission is to steal a scroll that is of high value to a certain group of people. The mission begins in 6 weeks' time, so we should scout out the area before the mission starts. Okay, you lead, Kisame said as they both disappeared from the clearing. XXXXX day of the Chunin exams. The 4 Genin teams met at the front of the exam building so they could enter together. I wish for you to challenge you to a fight, Lee confronted Sasuke. I would be honored to face an Uchiha. Fine, if you don't mind losing, Sasuke retorted. They faced off with the other Genins watching. Most were thinking it was a bad idea. Lee disappeared from view only to reappear behind Sasuke and kick him in the back. Sasuke went skidding across the ground, finally coming to a stop when he hit the wall. Sasuke soon got up and charged Lee, doing a roundhouse kick aimed at the other's head. Lee quickly grabbed the attacking leg and, using the momentum, threw Sasuke into the air. Lee then jumped up and started to wrap bandages around the helpless Uchiha, only to be stopped when Guy's fist smashed into Lee's face. You shouldn't even think of using that technique on a comrade. Guy bellowed furiously. Sorry, Guy Sensei. I got caught in the moment. Lee apologized while getting up. I hope to never see such disobedience from you again, Guy asserted before leaving the group to continue their way up to the stairs. Once getting to the second flight of stairs, they noticed the numbers on the sign had a Jinjutsu over it. The group silently moved past, only for Sasuke to say, "You're not fooling anyone." Sai slapped Sasuke over the head. Dumbass, they were trying to thin out the numbers for us. Now the people behind us know about it as well, Shikamaru sighed, shaking his head. Achin was the Uchiha's only reply before going on ahead of the group, with rest following soon after. Is this what you'd put up with every day? Ino interjected Team 7. Sakura and Sai both sighed at the same time. Unfortunately, Sai orated, shaking his head. Once at the top of the stairs, they were met by Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura blurted out, running forward. Yo, the perverted man greeted. Are you here to check if we would show up? Sakura asked. Yeah, well, good luck. I have a mission I need to get to, so I might not see you guys for a while. See you guys later. Kakashi dismissed himself before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Well, that was weird, Sai remarked. Whatever, let's get going, Kiba proclaimed before opening the doors to the exam room, only to be met by the Eye's mini-enemy, Shinobi. Looks like we have our work cut out for us, Shikamaru mumbled. XXXXX. We have been scouting this damned village for days. Why can't we just move in there now and take the damn thing? Kisame whined. Over the past couple of weeks, Naruto and Kisame have been getting close and are now good friends. Just like Kisame's relationship with Itachi, Kisame leaves most of the thinking to Naruto. This is what sprouted a great friendship between the two. We have to wait until the time for the mission to start to actually do anything, Naruto explained. Well, I still don't see why we can't just go in there with guns blazing, the blue man complained. Naruto sighed as he shook his head. Why do I get stuck with this idiot? XXXXX preliminaries. So, what exactly happened to Sasuke? Neji interrogated as they walked toward the meeting room. Some guy from the village hidden in the grass bit him on the neck, and then he started to change. He really started to scare me, Sakura answered, shuddering from the image of this new Sasuke. Shikamaru hummed, trying to figure out a reason as to why all this happened. Well, whatever the reason, we still have the finals on our hands, so let's get to it. Choji exclaimed. The Konoha Genin walked up to the third Hokage with many Jounin beside him. All the teams were standing in lines. Most of the teams that passed are from the Leaf, the third thought. All right, the next part of the exam will dash. The Hokage began only to be cut off by a ninja who seemed to have an illness. Sorry to interrupt, Hokage-sama, but there is too many Genin to start the finals. We are going to have preliminaries first before actually start the finals. Hate interjected. If you say so, then we will be holding preliminaries, the third announced. If your name is shown on the screen, then it will be your turn to fight, Hate said. The screen went to life as the screen randomly chose two ninja. Sasuke Uchiha and Akato Yoroi, please stay, and the rest of you please go on the stands to watch the match, Hate ordered while coughing in bursts. The rest of the preliminaries went, as they should, except for Sai beating Kiba being the only difference. The winners were standing in a straight line in front of Hate as, one by one, the Genin walked up to the box picking out whom they will be going up against. The pairings will be just like canon, except Sai is facing off against Neji. XXXXX day of the finals. So today is the day, huh? Asuma announced, looking into the sky. Yeah, I hope everyone does well, Kurenai desired while they both walked down a busy street during lunchtime. Most people were on break and were hurrying to get a bite to eat before they had to return to work. As they were walking down the street, something caught their eye. Two figures drinking tea in a restaurant, in particular. The only reason the pair caught their eyes was because of the cloths they were wearing. They were both wearing black cloaks that started at their noses and went all the way down to the ground, and hats that covered their faces, making it impossible to determine their identity. Did you see those guys? Kurenai asked quietly. Yeah, we should follow them and see what they are up to, Asuma suggested as they took to the roofs. The duo soon got up and left the restaurant. They then started to make their way to the more isolated part of the village. Kakashi passed them, but he was so caught up in reading his orange book that he didn't notice the strange pair. As soon as they entered an area that had no other people in it, the Leaf Jounin decided to make their presence known. What do the Akatsuki want in the Leaf Village? Kurenai demanded as they shoe-shined in front of the criminals, blocking their path. It has been a while, Asuma-san, Kone-san, the shorter Akatsuki member greeted. How do you know our names? Kurenai was irritated with them already. Well, these ninja are a couple of hotheads now, aren't they? The taller Akatsuki member remarked. You haven't answered our question yet, Asuma interjected. We won't answer your question, the taller one replied. Then at least tell us who you guys are, Asuma ordered. The smaller Akatsuki member simply took off his hat and sealed it into the sleeve of his cloak. Nah, Naruto, Kurenai stuttered out. Well, it looks like you all know each other, so I guess I should introduce myself as well, the taller Akatsuki member proposed, taking off his hat and sealing it away as well. You're Kisame Hashigaki. You're wanted for committing crimes with the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist and trying to assassinate the Mizukage with said organization. You're now known as a S-class missing ninja in the bingo book. What two doing here? Asuma interrogated, knowing Naruto didn't come here to pay them a visit. Please do not interfere with our affairs, Naruto requested emotionlessly with his normal Sharingan blazing. You came here for a reason, so either tell us or we'll make you, Asuma threatened. Kisame had his hand on his sword, ready to attack. It looks like we have no option other than to fight you then, Naruto resolved as Kisame raced forward, slashing his sword at Kurenai. Asuma blocked the sword with his trench knives, but he felt a little more weak. What are you doing? Asuma questioned as realization hit him. It's draining my chakra. Just now figuring it out? Kisame laughed as Asuma pushed the sword off him and backed up. While this was going on, Kurenai was putting a Genjutsu on Naruto. Kurenai pulled Naruto against a tree with thick branches wrapped around him. Kurenai put a kunai to Naruto's neck. You lose, Kurenai claimed while still attached to the tree. Before she could do anything, the tree went up in black flames and was being burned alive while still stuck to the tree. Your Genjutsu is at too low of a level to affect me, Naruto stated emotionlessly as he made one-handed seals and made a shadow clone that shot off into the distance. Just then, Kakashi appeared behind Naruto and Kisame, with kunai to their backs, along with one helping a staggering Kurenai. Naruto, what are you doing here? Kakashi inquired from behind Naruto. Just came for a pickup, Naruto responded, not moving an inch. What are you picking up? Kakashi pressed. Nothing of your concern, Naruto answered emotionlessly. It wouldn't be Sasuke, would it? Kakashi demanded, trying to break him. My weak cousin is not what came here for, Naruto replied coldly. Then what did you come here for? Kakashi asked, knowing that he wouldn't get the answer. None of your concern. Kisame, we must finish this and be on our way. We have a schedule to keep, Naruto mandated as another Naruto appeared behind the Kakashi that was behind him and destroyed the clone with a kunai to the back. Of course, Kisame affirmed, smiling as a water clone shot toward Asuma. Kakashi's clone jumped forward and blocked the advance only to be cut down by another clone. The three Konoha ninja regrouped in the river that they were next to, and Naruto jumped over to Kisame. All the remaining clones either went up in smoke or splashed into the water. We didn't come here to start a war. This will end now, Naruto said as he closed his eyes. Kakashi's eyes widened. Everyone look at his feet now. Kakashi yelled as he closed his regular eye and kept his Sharingan eye open. What? What? Asuma asked. Naruto is about to activate his Manjikyu Sharingan. If he has achieved the 5th level of his Sharingan, then he is possibly one of the strongest shinobi in the world. The only thing keeping him from that title is the training that goes with it. And I'm sure he's been training with Itachi for a while now, so be on your guard, Kakashi warned in a frightened tone. Naruto slowly opened his eyes to reveal the 5th-level Manjikyu Sharingan. Just then, Kisame was blown back to the other side of the river by a green blur, but stopped when Naruto blocked the punch aimed at his head. I might be able to read guys' movements, but that doesn't mean I can take one of those heavy blows. This is bad. I need to end this before any more come. Naruto thought as stared at Guy, waiting for the spandex-clad man to look him in the eye. Don't worry, guys, I have reinforcements on the way here. So all we need to do is keep them occupied until they arrive, Guy told the other Jounin, while looking at Naruto's feet as Kisame walked up beside Naruto. This is getting out of hand. Kisame heated as a clone of Naruto's appeared beside Naruto and handed him a scroll that read, Forbidden Scroll, Leaf Village. So that's what you wear after? Kakashi concluded angrily. Yes, and now that our distraction is complete, shouldn't you guys have a Genin team to cheer for? Amida Sharingan. Naruto shouted as the Jounin's worlds went black from being knocked out by being thrown into 4 separate trees on the opposite side of the river. Mission completed. Let's get out of here, Naruto commanded as they unsealed their hats and jumped away. Why are we still here? Let's leave before those A and BU catch us. Then we will have a war on our hands, Kisame said as Naruto and Kisame jumped from roof to roof, trying to find a place to hide. Here, take this, Naruto said, handing the scroll to Kisame. I need to check up on something, so meet me at the clearing 1 mile from here. Why are you doing this? Kisame asked, not wanting to split up. He liked being around the blonde. Trust me, Naruto said, disappearing in a swirl of leaves. It's not you I don't trust. It's this damn village I don't trust, Kisame whispered before shooting off toward the clearing. XXXXX. Begin, Kate said as Sai and Niji started a battle. You aren't going to be able to defeat me, Niji as he got into ready position. Sure I can. I can change my fate just like Naruto can, Sai said, also getting into ready position. The only person that has defied fate was Naruto, and I don't see you doing what he has accomplished, Niji growled as he charged Sai. Sai started to draw tigers on his scroll, making them become lifelike. The tigers shot toward Niji, trying to stop Niji's advance. Niji sliced him in half with a kunai as he continued to run towards Sai, never missing a beat. Sai and Niji clashed with Niji's kunai, trying to gain the advantage. What do you mean what Naruto has accomplished? Sai asked while they were still in the power struggle. Niji pushed Sai off, sending both Genins skidding back a couple of feet. Naruto is the only one I know that has defied fate like he has. He was supposed to be the dead last from the very beginning, but over time we became friends, but that doesn't change the fact that he was dead last. When Naruto left the village with Itachi, and my team had to bring him back, I saw that he was no dead last. Even on the bridge, he killed many mercenaries in less than 5 seconds, Niji said, laughing near the end, confusing Sai and many of the people in the stands. And I thought he was a dead last, Niji whispered. So, why can't I achieve that level? Sai asked, glaring. It is simply impossible for any of us to take him on now. Until we have a decent time to train, then we might be able to face him again, Niji said as he again charges at Sai. Niji ended up beating Sai into a pulp after a rather rude comment about Naruto. All the battles happened as they were with Sasuke still being late. The time has come for Sasuke's battle with Gaara, and Sasuke was still nowhere in sight. Where the hell is that bastard? Kiba yelled, getting really angry that Sasuke isn't there. I'm sure he'll show up just on time like Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said, a little nervous that Sasuke is this late. Up in the Hokage's quarters, the 2 Hokages were having a grand time watching the matches until an ANBU appeared behind the Leaf Hokage and whispered into his ear, "We have problem. It seems 2 Akatsuki members stole the Forbidden Scroll from our archives. This is unfortunate. Get a couple of ANBU teams together and get back that scroll," the third whispered back, getting a nod from the ANBU before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Just as the time was 5 seconds from being up, Sasuke and Kakashi appeared in the center field in a swirl of leaves. Kakashi looking badly beat up. Just in time, Lee cried out as the other Jonins walked up to their students, also looking beat up. What happened to you guys? Ino asked, looking at all of their sensei's condition. Oh, it was nothing, Guy said, shaking his hands in front of him. Well, all right, but you guys need to tell us later, Tintin said before turning back to the fight that was to happen. Now that Sasuke has arrived, we can start our battle between Sasuke Uchiha, getting cheers from a section of the crowd, and Sabaku no Gaara, getting cheers from another section of the crowd. Begin, Kate yelled as he jumped back. Sasuke took the offensive and charged Gaara, sending kicks and punches only for Gaara's sand to block every attack. Sasuke backed off and decided it was time to try something he copied from a teammate. Sasuke stood up and put a hand behind his back with his other hand outstretched in front of him. Hey, that's my style, Lee yelled. Sasuke shot forwards at an incredible speed. The next thing Gaara knew, he was kicked in the side, sending him skidding across the field. So, he is using that other guy's technique, but I must kill him. Mother says so, Gaara thought as he shot sand across the field toward Sasuke. Sasuke dodged the sand attack and sprinted toward Gaara, only for Gaara's sand to block the kick and shove Sasuke back. Sand started to surround Gaara and pack into a thick sphere. Damn it, Gaara. You can't use that technique yet, Temari whispered. I wish Gaara wouldn't be like this. Sasuke looked at the sphere of sand with his two Tomo Sharingan to try and see what Gaara was up to. Sasuke threw a kunai at the sphere only for it to bounce off. Well, if that didn't work, I'll have to try other tactics, Sasuke thought as he charged the sand sphere. As soon as he was close enough, sand spikes shot out of the sphere towards Sasuke, cutting him on the leg. Sasuke jumped back to his original spot and thought this whole ordeal over when an idea struck him. Sasuke ran to the top of the wall and started to unclip his arm restraints. As soon as they wear off, he started to charge up an attack that had loud chirping sounds. Kakashi, why did you teach that to him? Guy asked. I knew he had to go up against Gaara, and I also knew of his famous defense, so I thought Sasuke would need a technique that would penetrate said defense, Kakashi explained as Sasuke started to run down the wall. Sasuke was almost at the sphere when spikes started to stick out of it. The spikes cut Sasuke up, but didn't stop him from penetrating the sand with his Chidori. There was a blood-curdling scream as the Gaara from inside of the sphere started to yell, "What is this warm stuff? It's blood." Gaara screamed from the inside of the sphere as Sasuke desperately tried to yank his hand out of the sand. XXXXX. As the onlookers watched the match, an Akatsuki member appeared in front of the Leaf Hokage. The two ninja behind said Hokage were surprised to see an Akatsuki member in front of them and readied themselves for an attack. I have some info that Leader Sama wanted delivered, the cloaked ninja said as he tossed a scroll to the Hokage only for one of the ninja to catch said scroll. Let me see the scroll, the Hokage said. But what if it's a trap? The ninja asked, still glaring at the Akatsuki. Let me see it, the Hokage said, standing up and grabbing the scroll and sitting back down. Also noticing the Sand Hokage was sweating bullets. Once the third opened the scroll and read the contents, his eyes widened. Is this true? The third asked. Yes, the Akatsuki member said simply. How can I trust you? The Hokage asked, quirking an eyebrow. The Akatsuki member lifted up his hat just enough for only the Hokage to see his eyes. He met by a pair of golden Sharingan eyes. This is why, Naruto said, pulling his hat back down. Right, the Hokage said as he turned to the match after hearing a horrible scream from the sand sphere in the center of the stage. Looks like you have problem, Naruto said, looking at Gaara as the sand started to fall onto him. Yeah, why couldn't you get this info to me earlier? The third asked. Had a little trouble getting here, Naruto said as the Hokage remembered how beat up Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai were. I see, the third said. Let's make a deal. I'll take care of Gaara if you let me out safely, Naruto said emotionlessly. The third sighed while thinking. Fine, but you owe me, the third said. Naruto nodded and jumped down to the stage. Orochimaru had the kunai to the third's neck as soon as Naruto jumped off the ledge. That scared your old organization, huh? The third said, grinning. Orochimaru started to laugh as the sound 4 knocked out the ninja that were guarding him. If you had any idea who were in that organization, then you would be too. XXXXX. Sasuke was staring at Gaara in awe as the sand started to fall around him. Wah, what are you? Sasuke said as he started to back up. You are all the same. Everyone is the same and starts to fear me. Well, I'll teach you how scary I can become. Gaara yelled as he ran at Sasuke. Naruto appeared in front of Sasuke at that time. Gaara skidded to a complete stop only a few inches away from the cloaked ninja. Move, or I'll kill you, Gaara said as he started to take on more demonic voice. Understand, Naruto said. You understand what? Gaara said. How it feels to be what you are. How? You don't know the pain, the loneliness, the sadness of being what I am. Gaara yelled as he started to cry. Ido, I have lived the same life as you have, Naruto said, taking off his hat while still in the close proximity. Ow! Gaara asked, still crying. Naruto unbuttoned his cloak and lifted up his shirt to show the seal that was on his stomach. I also have a bijou sealed into me, Naruto said, pulling his shirt back down and buttoning his cloak back up. Everyone in the stands that was from the village was surprised that the demon container was back. The villagers were starting to get angry that he dared to come back to their village. Sasuke was furious that Naruto interrupted his match, and for all the things he has done to him. He will die, Sasuke thought as he charged up another Chidori. I thought I was alone, but now I have found someone like me, Gaara whispered. Then he did something his brother and sister thought they would ever see. Gaara smiled. I'm glad to see that you're finally happy, but I need to G-dash, Naruto said, but was interrupted when a Chidori was plunged through his stomach. No, Gaara whispered as Naruto slid off Sasuke's arm. Sasuke was grinning from ear to ear. I finally did it. I killed him. Now all that's left is Itachi and Dash, but was cut from his thoughts when what he thought was Naruto melted into blood. What? Sasuke and Gaara said in unison as Sasuke's world went black. Naruto was seen standing behind Sasuke with his hand where Sasuke's neck was. You are depredicable, Naruto said emotionlessly. Gaara shot toward Naruto and tackled him to the ground, hugging him. I thought you were dead, Gaara said, crying into Naruto's cloak. Naruto was confused. Wasn't Gaara supposed to be cold and heartless? It's fine. Someone like him can't hurt me, Naruto said, patting Gaara on the back hesitantly. Now that I know that someone else is out there, I don't want to lose them, Gaara said, getting up as well as Naruto. I hate to hurt your feelings, but I need to go, Naruto said as he turned around to leap off only for Gaara to grab his sleeve. I don't want to stay here. Please let me come with you, Gaara pleaded. Naruto turned around and looked Gaara in the eye. If you come with me, then you will be subjected to more hate than you will ever imagine, Naruto said. That's fine. As long as I'm with you, then I will make it, Gaara said, smiling his second smile as he slashed through the center of his headband. What is this warm feeling in my stomach? Gaara thought. Naruto sighed and nodded. Let's get going before we get caught in all this mess, Naruto said as the two Jinchuriki jumped onto the nearest roof and to the rendezvous point. So, this is the path he has chosen. At least Gaara has found someone like himself, Temari thought as she watched Gaara jump off onto the roof while the Jinjutsu was being placed on all of the villagers. What is going on? Kakashi thought as the Jinjutsu was placed on all the people who couldn't release it. Just as all the ninja released the Jinjutsu, the attack was sprung and everyone was in combat. As everyone was combating their own battles, Kakashi was able to back up into the corner where 4 Jinin were guarding themselves from attack, and out of the corner of his eye he noticed Sasuke get up and follow Naruto. The 4 that were in the corner were Neji, Hinata, Sakura, and Shikamaru. You guys are going to have follow Sasuke and make sure he doesn't hurt himself. He isn't over his head, Kakashi explained as he dodged a stray kunai. What a drag, Shikamaru said, sighing as the four Genin jumped off to stop Sasuke and hopefully talk to Naruto. XXXXX. Naruto and Gaara appeared in a clearing with another person that was wearing another cloak just like Naruto. "Who is that?" Kisame asked as he took off his hat and sealed it away. "Gaara, meet Kisame." "Kisame, Gaara," Naruto said emotionlessly. Gaara scooted toward Naruto slightly at the mention of his name. Why is he getting so shy? Naruto thought. "Okay, well, what did you do?" Kisame asked. "Just had to make a delivery is all," Naruto said simply. "Another thing, how did you manage to get him to come along? I thought we had enough people." Kisame asked, glancing at Gaara. "No, we could always use more people, but while we are on the fact of Gaara," Naruto said, tackling Gaara to the ground and pinning him there. Naruto lifted Gaara's shirt to show his stomach and seal. Gaara had a dark red blush on his cheeks as Naruto started to trace more lines onto the seal. Then the impossible happened. The screaming in his head stopped. "What did you do?" Gaara stammered out as Naruto got off of Gaara, with Gaara still lying on the ground. "I configured your seal so the damn raccoon would shut up," Naruto said as he sensed a chakra signature approaching. "Do you sense it too?" Kisame said as they looked toward the direction where it was coming from. "Why is he so stupid?" Naruto said, shaking his head with his normal Sharingan still on since Kisame and him entered the village. Just as he finished his sentence, Sasuke jumped into the clearing with his two-tomoed Sharingan on. "You bastard! You took away my fight, and then you make a fool of me in front of the entire village? Why do you do this to me?" Sasuke yelled in anger. Naruto said nothing back as he stared into Sasuke's eyes with a motionless mask still on ever since he left the base. There are 4 more chakra signatures coming this way. I don't want to fight them all, so I think I better make this quick," Naruto thought. "I will kill you for revenge of my entire clan." Sasuke yelled as he was about to charge was stopped when sand smacked him in the stomach, sending skidding across the ground. As Sasuke stood back up, he looked at Gaara in anger. "No one talks about Naruto-kun like that," Gaara said in anger. "Since you never got the chance to finish your fight, Sasuke, I think it is only fair for you finish it before you get to me," Naruto said, backing up, as well as Kisame. The two stood off in the center of the clearing until Sasuke dashed at Gaara. Just as Sasuke was midway there, the 4 Genin jumped down onto the other side of the clearing from the 2 Akatsuki members. Sand shot from the ground, cutting Sasuke on the thigh, but Sasuke managed to get a quick punch in before leaping back. Sakura started to go forward to help Sasuke, but was stopped by Neji with a hand on the shoulder. "He must learn how to fight a battle and finish it before we can help him," Neji said as they watched the battle. Shikamaru was watching Naruto intently to see his next move and try to figure out what kept him in the shadows for all this time. As the battle raged on, it seemed that Gaara was losing due to the loss of the orders that was always yelling in his head. Gaara was now lying on the ground, looking up at the sky. Sasel was approaching him with a kunai in hand. "Is he really going to do what I think he's going to do?" Sakura thought as Sasuke continued to walk toward Gaara. "This is what I deserve for not being able to fight with my own strength," Gaara thought as he awaited the pain to come and wash over him. Everyone watched as Sasuke bent over and put the kunai to Gaara's neck. Just as Sasuke was about to cut, he was stopped when a red lighting shot across the ground and air and struck Sasuke directly. Sasuke was barely able to stay awake to see what happens next. Naruto made 3 clones and stationed them between Sasuke and the Genin. Kisame and the real Naruto approached the 2 that were on the ground. Kisame picked up Gaara as Naruto stood over Sasuke. Why can't I kill you?" Sasuke managed to get out as he looked up at Naruto and his 5th level Manjikyu Sharingan. "You haven't enough hate, foolish cousin," Naruto said before punching Sasuke in the face, knocking him out. Naruto turned to the 4 Genin that were watching the battle from the other side of the clearing. "So, I guess you're the cleanup crew?" Naruto said. Neji shook his head as they went through the plan they had been discussing while the battle between Gaara and Sasuke was going on. You gave us enough time to come up with the perfect strategy to defeat you while we were watching the battle, Niji said as Hinata, Sakura, and himself charged the three clones. Kisame, get Gar out of here. I'll take care of these weaklings, Naruto said as he watched the three genin fight his clones. Kisame nodded and shot off into the forest. As the three clones started to disappear, the only ones left in the field was a knocked-out Sasuke, three tired bunch of genin, and Shikamaru. So let's see your plan then, Naruto said as he noticed that all of them were looking at his legs. Just as he said that, Sakura threw two kunai at Naruto. Naruto caught one of the kunai and, with it, sliced the other down the middle. Is that all you got? Naruto asked as he noticed that he wasn't able to move. Kage main success, Shikamaru said as he lifted his arms to test. Niji quickly shot forwards and started to close all of Naruto's chakra points. Well, it looks like we outsmarted you, Naruto, Niji said, smiling. Well, it looks like he wasn't all that complicated after all, but man was it hard, try to hold him, still Shikamaru thought as he leaned against a tree. No, no, no. I will not let this happen. But what can I do? All my chakra points are closed, and there's no way to reopen them, Naruto thought as he was lay there on ground. Naruto could hear the faint cheering from the four that defeated him. Why couldn't I use my man GQ Sharingan? I could have won it in less than a second. I couldn't even read their moves. Now that the fox is almost gone, I can't use his chakra to reopen my points either, Naruto thought in defeat. I made it so you couldn't use your man GQ Sharingan, Kyuubi said in the back of his mind. Why did you do something like that? Naruto asked. I wanted to demonstrate my gift that I am leaving behind, Kyuubi said, grinning. Well, what is it? I really need to get out of this mess, Naruto thought. Simply focus your chakra to crush through those blockade, and you will see, Kyuubi explained. All right, but you said one. What else is there? All in due time, kid. Now, let's get out of here, Kyuubi said as Naruto started to focus his chakra. Black chakra started to rip open his chakra points one by one. What is this black chakra? Naruto thought. I thickened you chakra and basically made it so you produce your demonic chakra instead of that puny blue human chakra, Kyuubi said. Thank you. You're the best, Kyuubi, Naruto thought on the inside, while his emotionless mask was still on the outside. Naruto started to stand up with his black chakra and his man GQ Sharingan on. It was truly a scary sight to see. How did you reopen your chakra points? Niji gasped. I'm a demon, remember? You can't stop demon chakra, Naruto said coldly. We won't let you leave. You're our friend, and we will get you back, Hinata stuttered as the four genin charged Naruto. Amida Sharingan, Naruto yelled as his eyes strained to the technique. Niji, Hinata, Sakura, and Shikamaru were hit in different ways, slammed into different parts of the forest. From an observer's point of view, it looked like the four genin exploded in four different parts of the forest while Naruto didn't even move. I should try to conserve my man GQ Sharingan techniques. They're all overpowered and put too much strain on my eyes to use, especially the Amida, Naruto thought as he ran from the clearing to meet up with the others and turning off his man GQ Sharingan only to be replaced by his golden Sharingan. XXXXX. The four genin finally woke up and went to clearing where they fought. Naruto was nowhere in sight. Damn it, I thought I had him all figured out, but then he pulls this shit. Shikamaru yelled as he slammed his hand into the ground. We all did, but he's just too powerful for us. I saw him try to use his Sharingan, but couldn't because some red chakra was blocking his use of it. Then all of his chakra turned black and reopened all his points. We're going to have to train harder if we're going to bring him back, Niji said while the others agreed. They stood up and grabbed Sasuke as they left the clearing. XXXXX. Naruto jumped into the area where he sensed his teammates were at and sat on a log, surprising the two ninja that were also seated around the fire. About time. What did you do? Kisame asked with a little concern in his voice. Just played a little. Nothing big, Naruto said as he picked up a fish stick. I'm glad you're okay, Gar said. Now you talk. He wouldn't talk the entire time you were gone. Kisame said. Gaara shrugged and continued to eat. Well, Gaara, welcome to the group. We already have 7 other people, including myself. You would make 8, Naruto said, taking a bite of the fish. Who else is in it? Gaara asked. Itachi, Deidara, Zabuza, Haku. Naruto, you in? Well, let's not say his name just yet, Kisame said, smiling. Gaara looked down and started to cry. I'm so glad to with other people that like me, Gaara said. Naruto and Kisame looked at each other and smiled. It was a good choice, bring him along. Have you heard that the Akatsuki has captured another Jinchuriki? Sakura said to Tenten, Hinata, and Ino. They have been of the demon that resides in Naruto a little over a year ago, and their view on Naruto hasn't changed a bit. I think that was like the 6th one, right? Tenten replied. Yup, but if Naruto and Gaara are in the organization, then that leaves one left, Hinata said. Why did that retard join them anyways? He joined the very organization that is trying to kill him, Ino said. Haven't you heard the rumors? Sakura said, smiling. No, what is going on? Tenten asked, closing the space between the two. Well, rumor has it that a part of the Akatsuki have defected from them and made their own organization. They are now battling each other, Sakura whispered. Really? It's about time some of them got some brains and left, Ino said. Who left the organization? Hinata asked. By what Jiraiya spy system? The list goes like this. Sakura started, smiling, Deidara, a guy named Pain, and Naruto as their leader. He has picked up some help along the way with people like Zabuza, Haku, and Gaara. All the girls were awestruck. How could someone like Naruto do such an amazing feat? The guys already know, and we are hoping that this new organization was made to help the common person, Sakura said, leaning against a wall. Of course it is. Naruto wouldn't betray us all like that. Ino yelled before realizing that Naruto already did. Well, I guess he still has a chance, Tenten whispered before they all split up. XXXXX. Are you ready? A shadowy figure said. Yes, the other figure said as they stood side by side, looking over the Sound Village. They were both wearing cloaks similar to the Akatsuki cloaks, except they were white with black clouds, and the inside of the cloak was black as well. The cloak was made of the same material as the Akatsuki cloaks, and they were both wearing hats like the Akatsuki. The duo jumped from their positions, heading straight to the tower in the center of the village. They jumped from roof to roof, heading straight for the tower where their target waits. The ninja passed many Sound Ninja, but they were angry with the way there has been and discouraged their leader. This might be easier than expected, they thought as they jumped through an open window and stood in front of the Sound's leader. I was wondering when you were going to show up. Tell me, are you ready to die? Orochimaru asked, turning around in his chair. The two said nothing as they stared at the snake Sannin. Antisocial, silent, new uniforms. You two must be Dash, Orochimaru said as the two cloaked figures took off their hats and sealed them away. Itachi and Naruto-kun. This is a very nice surprise. So why are you here? Itachi simply pointed at Orochimaru. You are here for me? Well, I won't let you take me alive. Orochimaru yelled as Kabuto and several other ninja jumped into the room behind Orochimaru. Kabuto, kill them, Orochimaru said, smiling. As you wish, Kabuto said as he pulled out a kunai. The next Orochimaru knew was that he was stabbed in the back. Kabuto had a kunai stuck into the back of Orochimaru. WHY? Orochimaru stuttered out as the kunai was shoved further into his heart. I never really served you. I always served Naruto-sama. Ever since the Chunin exams, Kabuto said, grinning as one of the ninja that was with him put a kunai to his neck and slit his neck, causing blood to shoot out. Good job, Itachi said emotionlessly. Thank you, Itachi-sama. The Sound Village is now under your control. Everybody here has made preparations for your takeover, Kabuto said, getting onto one knee as the other ninja followed suit. We must call a meeting with the entire population of the village. They must know what they are getting into before we take over. Also, find a runaway and bring him to me, Naruto said. Kabuto and the other ninja bowed and dashed off to gather the village. When they were gone, Itachi turned to Naruto. Are you sure about this? Putting other people's lives risk is very unlike you, Itachi said, looking at Naruto in concern. Naruto never puts other people's lives at risk for his own gain. It's so unlike him to be doing this. Yes, this must be done. I'm going to ask them before they accept the offer. They will know what will happen to them, Naruto said as he walked over the large chair and sat down. If you think this is a good idea, then I believe you. You have earned that from me over the years, Itachi said as he walked over to the window and looked out to the streets. Itachi saw Kabuto and the other ninjas spreading the word about the death of their old Hokage and Naruto being the new one. From street to street, people began to cheer out at the word of Orochimaru's death. It seems Kabuto did a good job in the propaganda field on this village. Everybody seems to love the idea of you becoming their Hokage, Itachi said. So it seems, Naruto said, walking up to the window as well. Kabuto appeared after he informed the village of the meeting. He was interested in what Naruto had to say. The entire village is informed of the meeting. The meeting will begin in 30 minutes. We were unable to find Sasuke. How we missed him was incredible. We were prepared for the uprising for a while now and secured any exits out of the village in case there was anyone still loyal to Orochimaru, Kabuto said. Missing Sasuke was of no concern to me. How is everybody taking the change in leadership? Naruto asked. As you can see, you have 100% of the village's support, including the military as well. They will fight for you until the end, Hokage-sama, Kabuto said as he kneeled down on one knee. Good. Everything is going as planned. Great job on the propaganda, Kabuto. Nobody would have liked the hostile takeover if it wasn't for your propaganda skills, Naruto said. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Kabuto said, still bowed down. This is why I wish for you to start up a new school. The medical ninja training field will be of great importance in future conflicts. I also wish to start a propaganda school for more advanced ninja. I have noticed this village's skill in penetrating fear into the enemy's hearts by nearly yelling false commands. Growing on that advantage can be of great use when outnumbered or losing, Naruto said, standing Kabuto up. Kabuto was astounded by this new school on the propaganda arts. Why didn't anybody else think of this sooner? So this is why I have decided to put you in charge of both. You have great potential in both of those areas, so this fits you perfectly, Naruto said. Kabuto simply nodded stupidly. Well, get going then. You need to find capable ninja for your school so it can grow, Naruto said, waving Kabuto off. Kabuto bowed and jumped out the window to start up his new school. Why are you making him do that? There aren't many ninja to go around and jump into the school. They are still weakened by the defeat at Fire Nation's capital, Itachi pointed out, making the two remaining Jonin-level ninja in the room mad. Yes, I know. This is why you two will go out and recruit more ninja to join the academy. We need more ninja we ever get attacked, Naruto said to the two Jonin in the room. As you wish, Hokage-sama, the Jonin said in unison and disappeared from the room. And that leaves you, Itachi-kun, Naruto said, looking at said person. What will you have me do, Naruto-kun? Itachi asked. I want you to find the most capable ninja in the village and bring them to me. I want to train them myself, Naruto said, as he got ready for his speech. As you wish, Naruto-kun, Itachi said with a wink as he jumped off. XXXXX 30 minutes later. Everybody was still celebrating over the death of their former leader and the coming of their new one as they walked to the village's square. Finally, he is dead, one man said as they walked. Yes, we have a purpose now that snake bastard is dead, another woman yelled as she got cheers from the crowd. The large square was packed full of civilians as the roofs had ninja and civilians looking up at the Hokage Tower. The Hokage Tower in sound was more like a mansion due to the money Orochimaru put into it and reached up too far for a ninja to jump into. The only way to get up the building was by the tree climbing exercise taught in all nations. Even then, the building had chakra suppressors on the side of the building, so when turned on, nobody could walk on the sides of the building. The square was just as large as the tower. It was able to hold 3/4 of the entire population of Sound, which was saying something. Kabuto's propaganda skills were at work even before Naruto took over. The population was dwindling when their nation lost against the Fire Nation. But once Kabuto started the propaganda campaign in surrounding nation, people started to come back faster than the village could handle. Once a small, poor village, the massive amount of people joining the village made it 3 times larger than Konoha, as well as the other cities in the country. Once word gets to them of the death of Orochimaru, they will be cheering with all the people in their capital. As Naruto and Itachi walked out onto the stage, people started screaming and cheering. They were the ones that would get them out of poverty and humiliation of being at war with the Leaf. Their black and white cloaks have become a symbol of hope to the people of Sound, and they hope it would do just that. We have officially killed the one known as Orochimaru, and my organization, which is known as Yanakuchi, will be taking over the country of Sound from here on out unless you accept this one condition, Naruto said over the microphone. Everybody went quiet to wait and hear what Naruto had to say. If you accept this condition, then you will be subjected to extreme hatred from other countries, but in the end it will be for the greater good, Naruto said to the crowd. Everyone was still listening to him, so that must mean that they still want to hear him out. Well, here goes everything Naruto thought as he told the entire country his condition. XXXXX. Everybody was taking it surprisingly well. Naruto told them of the consequences that lie in the future if they lost this war, but they knew what would happen if they lost it as well. It was a win-win situation for them. If they won this war, then they would be the largest country in the world, but if they lost, then they would be the scapegoat for a new world order. It seems that they agreed to the condition, Kabuto said, walking up to the 2 Yanakuchi ninja. That went surprisingly well. I thought they were going to throw us out, Itachi said emotionlessly. Indeed. Now then, let's rebuild this country together, Naruto answered while telling the crowd the last part. The entire village went up in cheers as the people began to celebrate for their new leader. XXXXX. Wow, Tsunade said out loud as she read the scroll about what is going on in their neighboring country. What happened? Shizune asked from across the office. That the group Naruto has started up just seized control of the Sound Country and killed Orochimaru, Tsunade said, still believing what she is reading. Shizune almost fainted at hearing the news about Orochimaru. What are we going to do? Shizune asked. Shizune knew that Tsunade saw Naruto as a son. The way his friends described him made her believe that was so. The scroll that was sent by Sound says that they want peace after we open the next scroll, Tsunade said looking at the other scroll. Is it a trap? Shizune asked. No, it's a simple storage scroll, Tsunade said before opening it. At least 100 bodies shot out of the scroll. The top one had a note on his back, reading "No more spies, or they will end up like this." Tsunade sighed at this. What did she do? It was either stay at war with Sound, try and find their capital, or make peace with them. Call the council. We need to talk, Tsunade said before walking to the council room. XXXXX. What is this all about, Tsunade-sama? An elderly council member asked. Sound has sent us a peace offering in hopes to end the bloodshed between us, Tsunade said, shocking the councilman. Orochimaru would never send a peace offer to the one place he despises. It must be a trick. What do our spies inside the country say? The elderly man asked. Orochimaru was killed by the group, known as Yanakuchi, and have taken over the country. As for the spies, they are all dead, Tsunade said. All of them. There were at least 100 men in that country looking for their capital. And isn't it the demons group that took them over? The elderly man exclaimed. His name is Naruto, and yes, they killed them all, Tsunade said. We will not have peace with those beasts. We have no choice. It's either stay at war and keep looking for their capital or agree to the peace agreement and rebuild, Tsunade retorted. No, we will find that capital and it will burn, the man yelled. Are you stupid? It will take years to find that capital, and once we do, it will be heavily defended. It will only weaken us and leave us open to attack from another country. Also, holding on to the village would be next to impossible because of the people's fierce devotion to Naruto. They think of him as a symbol of hope, and they would all die trying to hold that city, Hayashi exclaimed after reading the scroll Itachi has sent to them. The civilian council began to talk amongst themselves. Fine, we agree to the peace. We still have some rebuilding after the harsh attack on our village anyway, the elderly man said as both the ninja and the civilian have nodded in agreement. If everybody is in agreement, then we now declare this war over, Tsunade yelled as the entire council went up in cheers. XXXXX. Several days after peace was made with the sound, everybody has heard about the takeover by Yanakuchi. The Leaf Village's general population was not so happy with the way the war turned out. All that happened was their village got sacked by Sand and Sound, and they got away with it. The villagers were not so much angry with Sand, but was furious with Sound. Sand was tricked by Sound into fighting with them, and they lost a Hokage as well. Overall, Sand lost a Hokage, Leaf lost a Hokage, and was dealt major infrastructure damage, and Sound got away with a clean slate. Part of the peace treaty was that the war stopped between the two and no repetitions had to be paid by Sound, thus angering them further. IWA seemed to have taken a liking to Sound and started open trading with the nation. Sound quickly agreed to the trade between them. Wave Country, now one of the largest trading countries, for some reason cut trading with Rain and opened up Sound. Again, Sound agreed quickly. Sound is really coming out of the hole that it dug, Niji said as the large group consisting of Hinata, Tintin, Kiba, Sakura, Ino, Shino, Choji Shikamu, and himself lie across the fourth Hokage's head watching the sunset. Naruto is doing a great job in handling the situation there, Tintin added. But people here hate the Sound more than ever because of him, Ino said. Nothing much we can do about that, Kiba said. Troublesome, Shikamaru said while watching the sun go down. Our village is pretty deep in department, try to repair the damage that was done, but we're almost done. Only a week or two is needed before we complete the repairs, Sakura told the others. We will pay it off once we are done with what is needed, Niji said. Do you think we will have another war with Sound? Tintin asked looking at the ground. No, Naruto won't start another war, but I don't know about us though. The general population hates their guts, so if we do go to war with them, then we will be the ones that start it, Shikamaru said. Yeah, Naruto wouldn't start anything like that, Kiba exclaimed. But how are we going to get back Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked. We could track down Sasuke's Hawk group, but getting Naruto back now is almost impossible, Niji replied. Everybody seemed to get a little depressed at hearing it is almost impossible to get Naruto back. We can still get him back. If there is just a sliver of a chance, then we can do it. We have been training for this long, for that very purpose. Nothing can stop us, Kiba exclaimed, smiling. This seemed to brighten everybody up. Once I see you again, I will bring you back, Tintin thought as the sun finally went behind mountains. XXXXX, 1 year later. The year has been great for the economy of Sound. They are now exporting more than they are importing. Their military has grown to be the top number in the world. The general ninja goes as follows. A Sound Genin is equivalent to a low Chunin in Leaf. A Sound Chunin is equivalent to a low Jonin in Leaf. And a Jonin is equivalent to a low Yanbu in Leaf. The training system has intensified, giving the ninja more experience in the field. Naruto has specially trained a small group of ninja to be the elite of the elite. They wore a cloak similar to the Yanakuchi and Akatsuki, except the entire cloak was red and the inside was black. They didn't have the hats, but the cloaks were made of the same metal. They have been trained to never speak a word unless the Naruto tells them to. The people have come to love Naruto and the rest of the Yanakuchi members. They have devoted their lives to helping him in any way possible. Sound was not the only one improving themselves. Leaf, Stone, Sand, Lighting, and Water have all been growing their numbers. Although nowhere near the amount that Sound has, the other countries still have a large amount of ninja on their side. Leaf was able to complete their repairs and pay half of their debt off. It seems everybody was finally at peace. although the countries were still concerned about the extremely large amount of ninja Sound controls. Sound simply told everybody that it was a precaution for being squished in between two large powers. Still, that was a large amount. Is a new tactic complete? Naruto asked one of his best strategists. Yes, this new tactic you have come up with is brilliant. Hopefully the other countries will back off and not interfere, the Sound Ninja said. The other nations are so used to the old style of fighting and warfare, they will never see this coming. Naruto said with his Manjikyu Sharingan swirling into appearance as he looked over a map of the continent. Naruto, Pain has delivered the message to his nation. They have all agreed to the condition, Deidara said as they looked over the Sound Village from atop the Hokage Tower. Good. We need Pain's help in all this if we are going to achieve our goal, Naruto said, turning to Deidara. What is your plan? Deidara asked Naruto. He was generally worried what he was planning. You will see, Naruto replied, smiling before disappearing from the rooftop. Deidara sighed. You better not hurt yourself, Deidara thought before returning to his men. XXXXX. Fuck, why did you do this, Naruto? Tsunade yelled from her office. What happened? Shizen asked, rushing into the office. Naruto invaded Star and Swamp. Tsunade screamed while smashing the desk in front of her. What? That makes our border with them longer. How are Star and Swamp holding up? Shizen asked, hoping that they will be able to hold Naruto off. Not so well. They haven't got to their capital yet, so they got time to defend. What is he doing? Tsunade asked out loud. What do you mean? Shizen asked. Sound isn't heading straight to their capital like we normally do in warfare. They're capturing all the cities along the way. What are you up to? Tsunade asked out loud. Are we going to help them? Shizen asked. No, we can't. We are still paying off war debts from our first conflict with them, and they have a larger ninja count than us by far. We can only watch from afar, Tsunade said gravely while looking out the window toward the battlefield. XXXXX. Naruto-kun did what? Tenten yelled, shaking Miji profusely. Sound and Rain has begun to expand their territory with a new tactic they have been planning, Niji said to the group. What is this new tactic? Shikamaru asked while raising an eyebrow. The traditional style of warfare was fought not on the countryside, but at each other's capitals. Destroying the capital means you have won the war and the people are left to rebuild the village. This new tactic was made, so they take city to city, mile to mile, expanding their territory as they go, and not destroy the cities, but taking them and using them to their advantage. I have no idea if other nations are going to incorporate this new tactic, but it kind of forces them to, Niji said when Tintin stopped shaking him. I see. It turns a battle that used to happen in a day or two into months or even years of combat between the two sides, Shikamaru said out loud. Think of all the deaths that would stack up due to this new style of warfare, Shino said. Everyone now saw just how brutal this new style can be. Why did Naruto-kun do this? Hinata whispered. I don't know, but we're going to have to talk to the Hokage about this, Shikamaru said while standing and running off to see the Hokage. XXXXX. Tsunade's head was about to burst. Both Rain and Sound are expanding their borders. Sound was attacking east and west in hopes to expand their borders, while Rain attacked the disputed territory between Leaf and Sand, and the disputed territory between Sand and Stone. Also making her mad was the invasion of Tea Country by Rain. They were a peaceful country and was sacked by Rain. Neither side shed blood from almost all of Rain's expansions. Sound was a different story altogether. Sound invaded quickly and aggressively, killing all who stood in their way. While Rain's expansion took a little over 2 weeks, Sound conquered Swamp in 1 week and Star a week and a half. Now Sound has set his sights on the disputed territory that was between Lighting and Star and Waterfall Country, while Rain also had their sights on Bird Country. This is bad. Sound and Rain are out of control, and we need to stop them before they gain too much power, Tsunade said to the Jonin that were in front of her. But we are still in debt, Kakashi said. Kakashi and the others were getting angry with the way Naruto is taking smaller countries. I know. We can even trade with sand because of rain. Trade a stop between sound and wave, so that should slow them down a little. Now, bird and waterfall asking for help. What should I do? Tsunade asked the Jonin. Going to war with sound is a bad idea. Maybe rain is a better choice. Guy said, no, rain has been making their army larger as well, and is now equal to ours. Looks like we're sitting out of this war unless we can get more help, Tsunade said, putting her head in hands. Her hands seem to be tied, and she can only watch as Naruto in pain destroys the fragile piece that was in place. XXXXX. When will they get here? The waterfall Kage asked one of his best Jonin. In a matter of minutes. This war is pointless. We're going to lose this fight, then why fight it? We would at least save the people from their suffering, the Jonin asked. No, we are proud people of Waterfall. We will fight until our last breath, the Kage exclaimed. Fine, but whatever happens to the people after the war is on your head, the Jonin spit out before returning to the wall. Sound sent messages to the leaders asking them for their surrender or continue a war they weren't ready for. All the nations that received the scroll ripped it apart and declared that they were superior to Sound in all ways. All ended up in defeat at the hands of Sound. XXXXX. All was calm in the night as the remaining ninja stood at the wall of their village as they waited for word from their Jonin leader. As the Jonin approached a Chunin, asked the question that was on everybody's minds. What did the stubborn bastard say? He said no, the Jonin replied. Everyone was enraged at what the Jonin said. Word spread like wildfire down the wall, and all the ninja were angry with what the stubborn Kage said. That fucking asshole. This war is going to get us all killed, including our families. Are we going through with the plan? The Chunin asked. Yes, I'll contact him, he said as he threw a purple flare into the air, signaling his contact to approach. As the flare died away into the air, a ninja with a white cloak with black clouds appeared with two other ninja with red cloaks. The two red-cloaked ninja had hoods on to disguise themselves from everyone, and the white-cloaked one had a straw hat covering up his face as well. What is the word? The Yanakuchi member asked. We will help you kill the old bastard, the Jonin said. The Yanakuchi member nodded and threw a second flare into the air. The flare burned a bright red as it slowly burned into the ground. As soon as the flare burned away, Sound Ninja were shooting over the wall at amazing speeds, all heading toward the tower at the center of the village. All the Waterfall Ninja joined the group as they began to cut down all the ninja that were still loyal to the Kage. The Yanakuchi member and his honor guards ran past all the fight toward the tower. The village was rather small, so it didn't take long for them to get there. The Kage was seen watching the battle from the top of the tower, with only the fire from his village lighting up the roof. So this is the way my village go out, the Kage said out loud to the two WFPF next to him. So it seems, a voice from behind him said. The Waterfall Kage turned to see three cloaked figures standing side by side with the white one in the middle and the two red ones to his side. I take it you are the commander of this attack, the Kage asked. Yes, the white-cloaked figure replied. Then you will be the first to die. WFPF, kill them, the Kage yelled as he pointed it toward the Yanakuchi member. The WFPF dashed toward him, completely set on ripping out his guts. The two red-cloaked figures dashed in front of the Yanakuchi member and clashed kunai with the WFPF halfway. The Kage jumped over the power struggle and ran the rest of the way toward him. Do you know who I am? The Yanakuchi member asked. No, and I don't very much care, the Kage yelled as he went for an uppercut only to be dodged and kicked in the stomach, sending skidding across the ground. The Kage got back up and dashed at the Yanakuchi member, sending a flurry of punches. I'm one of the 3 survivors of my clan, the Yanakuchi member said as he dodged another punch and sent one back, and I am one of the more dangerous ones. The Kage stopped and backed up a bit. Are you the leader of the Sound? Naruto? The Kage said in fear. If it was him, then he stood no chance in winning this fight. The Yanakuchi member took off his hat to reveal himself to the desperate Kage. You are not the leader of Sound. You are his second in command, Itachi Uchiha. Maybe I still have a shot at this, the Kage said to himself. Itachi shook his head. Stupid Kages and their belief in beating the impossible. This is too annoying. You are just as stupid as all the other Kages that were killed at our hands, Itachi said as a clone stabbed the Kage in his spinal cord. The waterfall Kage slipped to his knees as Itachi walked up to him. The two guards that were on either side of the helpless Kage grabbing onto each side of him. Any last words? Itachi said as the honor guards put two kunai to his neck. May all of you burn in the deepest part of hell. The Kage spat out before the two kunai slit his throat. As the Kage fell to the ground, Itachi kicked him in the chest, sending the body of the waterfall Kage off the tower and plummeting to the surface. This land now belongs to Sound. Move troops in and secure the area. We have a long road ahead of us, Itachi said as he put his straw hat back on and jumped away to inform Naruto of the events that took place. XXXXX. I see. Thank you for telling me so quickly, Tsunade said as the Yanbiyu disappeared, leaving only herself, Shizune, and Shikamaru. This is bad. The alliance between Rain and Sound has named themselves the Central Allies, Tsunade said to the group. Yeah, it is. Waterfall was the last of the smaller nations that had ninjas, Shikamaru said, rubbing the back of his head. We have been incorporating this new style of combat for a while now, and have finally taught all the men how it is fought. It seems that sand, stone, water, and lightning have also utilized it, as well as teaching their men how to fight such a war. There's a good chance Stone might want to ally them, making their ninja count larger, Shikamaru added. Sand is our only ally right now, aren't they? Stone hate us, and relations with lightning are healing. Water are in the middle of a civil war, but are starting to come out of it as the new generation are starting to take over there. So they're going to need some time to rebuild, Shizune said. Again, this is bad. Sand and Leaf probably only have enough forces to hold off Rain, but not both Sound and Rain. Sound just has too many troops, Tsunade said gravely. So what are we going to do? Shizune asked. We need more allies. Let's try and convince Lightning to join the alliance. With Lightning in the alliance, we would be able to attack Sound from two directions and liberate Star, Shikamaru voiced. Not a bad idea. It's worth a try, Tsunade replied in her thinking position. I'll get the scroll ready, Shizune said as she left the room to get the scroll. If war did come, they will need more allies in the coming fight. XXXXX 1 month later. It seems most of us got placed near the old disputed territory that Rain now controls. I see, Choji said as he noticed Team 10 and 8 walk out of the camps. Where is Team Guy? Kiba asked looking around. They're stationed on a port city near Wave. They got it lucky because nothing happens out there except for a few pirates, Shikamaru said from behind, Kiba freaking him out. Don't do that, Kiba exclaimed. Troublesome, Shikamaru said before leaning against a tree. Well, not completely lucky, Hinata said. What do you mean? Shino asked. Sound has been utilizing in sea to land combat. We were able to see some of their training from a spy on a cargo ship that entered their docks. They could be training to land onto our shores. Hinata explained what she has learned from her father. Or land on some of those islands in water country, Shikamaru said. What is Naruto up to? He is making all these new technologies. Have you heard of that machine that was in Snow Country? The one that shot out kunai at a rapid pace? Well, he has made it smaller, so is handheld and more maneuverable, Tintin said as she took out a picture and showed the group. It was a simple box that was as long as a staff with a crank on the side. The ninja holding said weapon wore the standard issue Sound uniform, which consisted of all black standard ninja cloths. It looks interesting. This could also cause problems in the future, Shikamaru said as a loud siren blared in the background. What the fuck is going on? Kiba yelled as other Leaf ninja started running by. It's an attack. Everyone to the front lines, one of the Jonin yelled as everyone kept running. Just as they made it to the edge of the town, a hail of kunai with exploding tags attached to them shot out from the woods near them and started to hit all around. They held up their arms for some protection against the bits of stone. Some of the ninja went down while others were unscathed. The ones that were wounded were screaming for a medic with the dead lying next to them silently. Rain ninja, wearing their slandered uniform, which was similar to Sound's except Rain's was gray, started to leap out from the woods and went into a fierce battle over the edge of the town. All the ninja there started on both sides were using their set skills to defeat their opponents. "Eat this," Choji yelled as he smashed a Rain ninja into the ground, only for another Rain ninja to kick Choji in the ribs. "Damn you!" Kiba punched off the ninja that was on Choji. "Thanks for that," Choji said as he got back up with the help of Kiba. "No problem," Kiba replied as a leaf ninja over the speakers started blurting out orders. "Retreat! Retreat! Fall back into the town! Fall back into the town!" The intercom screamed as everyone started to run back into the city. As the leaf ninja retreated, Team 10 and 8 turned to see if they were pursuing them. What they saw next angered them to no end. Most Rain ninja were chasing him, but some stayed behind and were checking them to be alive, and if they were, they killed them. "Those bastards! They are killing the wounded!" Kiba yelled as they continued to retreat. "That's the way they fight. They're the take no prisoners type. We don't do that, but it seems that they do," Shikamaru yelled as the Rain ninja pursuing them slowed down for the other ninja to catch up. The remaining ninja entered the courtyard. What happened? There were at least 400 men here. Now, there's like 200. Shikamaru yelled in the commander's face. "You think I didn't notice that?" "Most were trapped by the Rain ninja and are currently fighting. We need to retreat out of the town. This town holds no importance, and we're going to need all the men we can get for future engagements. Everyone, we are leaving," the commander yelled over the intercom. All the ninja started to retreat with their gear. "What about the men still stuck in the town?" Ino asked. "They will have to find their own way out." "Come, we need to leave as well," the commander replied as he just started to leave. The group turned to each other. "He is right. We don't have a choice. If we go to help them, we would be outnumbered and overpowered. Feel sorry for the dead and care for the living," Shikamaru said before they joined the group of retreating ninja. "Good luck," all the leaf ninja thought as they exited the courtyard, just as a group of Rain ninja entered through the other side. The kill-death ratio was 2-1 in Rain's favor. XXXXX. Halten Sie kämpfen, bis ein Sound Sieg ist sicher. A voice over a speak blared. Team Guy were stationed on a coastal city near the Sound border along with 300 other ninja. They were attacked by land, something they weren't ready for. "I can't take it any longer. If we stay here any longer, we are all going to die," one ninja yelled and jumped up and ran away. Several others got up and ran. "Those weaklings! Stay here and fight," said a high-ranking commander. Sound ninja ran around the corner. The Sound ninja were outnumbered 2-1, but they seemed confident. Morale must be high after taking 3 nations in less than a month. "Weitere Verstärkungen sind auf dem Weg. Lassen Sie sich nicht auf. Wir haben sie auf der Flucht." Continue to blare out. A couple more men jumped up and ran away, one even going as far as committing suicide. "This is nuts," Lee yelled as he sent a kick to one ninja's head, but was blocked by his partners. 128 palms. Niji yelled as he continued his attack on a Sound ninja. The Sound ninja dropped to the ground, knocked out. Almost immediately, another Sound ninja rammed Niji away from the down ninja. Niji looked up at his attacker and noticed that the ninja had a medic band on his arm showing that he was a medic. The medic picked up the down ninja, jumped away. "Everyone, this is hopeless. This city is lost. Retreat to the next checkpoint," the commander screamed over the intercom before they heard the sound of fighting over the intercom. "Your commander is dead. Please give up and put your hands in the air. Our men will deal with you properly," a Sound ninja said over the intercom. A group on the street across from them put their hands in the air and walked toward a group of Sound ninja. One of the Sound ninja had one of those kunai shooters and sprayed the 5 ninja down. "Those bastards," Tintin yelled as they continued to fall back. One Sound ninja kicked over another leaf ninja and put the weapon to his face and pulled the trigger. One kunai shot out of the weapon and went straight through his head, killing him instantly. As all the Leaf Ninja retreated from the city and made it to the checkpoint and counted the kill-to-death ratio. It was 4:1 in Sound's favor. Keep fighting. This is our last position. If we lose here, we are all going to die, screamed a Stone commander over the megaphone. They were fighting for a key mountain deep into Stone territory on the eastern side of Stone. These mountains held many crop-producing fields that were used to produce food for the Stone Ninja, and since trading with other countries was out of the question, they had to rely on themselves for supplies. The Stone Ninja were being pushed back up the mountain by the Sound Ninja, and many were falling down on the ground as the fierce battle continued. Just as Stone Ninja, where at the edge of the cliff the Sound Ninja stopped pushing and came to a halt. Are they going to let us surrender? They are known for taking no prisoners, so why are they doing it now? Asked a Chunin as the commander came out of the crows of 75 and stood in the ground between the two forces. We would like to ask for surrender. We have nothing left to fight with. Please, let us live, the commander pleaded. They didn't want to die here, of all places. Sound Ninja started to part away to let their commander through. As the last of the ninja parted, a Yanakuchi member gradually walked out in front of the crowd. He was flanked by two figures wearing their famous red cloaks, the honor guards as they were called. The Yanakuchi member took off his hat and sealed it away. You bastard. How could you betray your homeland like this? There will be no forgiveness for what have done, the commander yelled. Deidara smirked and snapped his fingers. The entire side of the kill went up in a large explosion. All the Sound Ninja covered their faces, as the three cloaked men didn't move an inch. That was true art, Deidara yelled, making most of the Sound Ninja sweat drop. Our company leader is retarded, said one of the Sound Ninja as they began to set up camp on the mountain. I hope everyone else's campaign is going better than mine. These mountains are a bitch to get through, Deidara said to one of the honor guards, who in return simply nodded. XXXXX. Bloody sand sprayed everywhere as Sand Ninja began dropping in all directions from sand, shooting from the ground and crushing them. The one responsible was a Yanakuchi member with a large gourd on his back, with several Rain Ninja watching from a distance. This battle was being fought over a trading town in the middle of the desert. I'm sure glad that I am on his side, one of the Rain Ninja whispered as another Sand Ninja tried stabbing him in the back and screaming demon, only to be blocked by more sand and thrown into a wall. Pathetic. Come, we must move quickly if we want to capture the rest of the town, Gara commanded as they went to capture the rest of the town. XXXXX. So this is the lightning supply factory, huh? Haku said out loud to his two honor guards as they looked at the walls of supply factory from a distance. The factory was placed in an enormous city that was ready to be defended at all cost. Yup, lightning has pulled all of their remaining forces into this one spot. Be prepared for a long fight, said one of the honor guards. So that is why we hardly had any resistance up until now. They were trying to pull us here, Haku said. So it seems, said the other honor guard. Get the men ready to attack in 2 days' time and call reinforcements in. I have a feeling we are going to need them, Haku said gravely. XXXXX. It's great to be home, Kisame yelled as he stretched out his limbs. Shut the fuck up. We have a job to do now that we got all those other damn islands out of the way. We can go on to our real objective, Zabuza said while smacking Kisame over the head. Right, kill the Mizuki's thing. I got it. Well, let's get to killing then. My blade needs some fun anyways, Kisame said, smirking with the Sound Ninja close behind him and wanting some blood. XXXXX. So what is the status report? Tsunade asked Shizune as she looked at a map of the continent. Sound has been pushing Leaf back further and further while Rain has been stopped. It seems they are pushing us back in the north, but slowing down. Sound is almost to Kona while we have stopped Rain in their tracks, even turning them around in some places, Shizune explained. Why is Sound slowing down? Tsunade asked. We aren't completely certain, but we think their men are spread out too thin for them to attack at full strength like they have during the beginning of the war, Shizune explained. Will they reach here? Tsunade asked. In a matter of days, Shizen replied gravely. Then let us be ready, Tsunade replied as she wrote down on a scroll and rolled it up. She called it an ANBU after she was done writing. Give this to a runner and tell him to run this to the Western commander, Tsunade told the ANBU. The ANBU nodded and jumped away. We won't let them take this village no matter what, Tsunade told Shizun, who nodded in agreement. XXXXX. So they are well defended? Itachi asked a shady figure in the woods outside of Kona. Yes, the weak points are located here, here, and here, the figure said, pointing at points on a map of Kona. Thank you. I'm glad I got Haku to ask you to join us, Naruto said as he walked up behind the spy. The spy jumped into the moonlight, breaking through the trees to reveal Sai. It's no problem, but please don't scare me like that, Sai said, rubbing the back of his neck. When will the attack begin? Sai asked. Soon, Naruto said as both he and Itachi puffed out of existence. XXXXX. Tsunade was seen leaning against a post atop the Hokage Tower with teams 7, 8, 10, Guy, and their leaders. Even Jiraiya was there. They normally meet up on top of the Hokage Tower to talk and catch up. The teams have been stationed back here for the incoming attack on their capital. Sound being so close makes me worry, Sakura said to everyone. I know how it feels. I didn't think they would make it this far, Tintin replied. It's not like they can take the village because they don't know our weak points, Kiba yelled victoriously, making Sai flinch. Stone has finally stopped Sound's advance and counterattacked. We have finally met up with Sand to the west. Rain is basically in full retreat. Sound is at a stalemate with Stone, but is still advancing everywhere else, including here, Shizen said. I hope they don't make it here. The villagers are already mad enough at them, including the ninja, Hinata said, looking down. All the countries that are fighting Sound and Rain are all blaming Naruto for what is happening. At least they aren't completely crazy. The people still want peace, so there might be a chance, Tsunade said with hope. Out of the corner of her, she saw a glimpse of a cloaked figure. She turned her head and looked up at the Hokage monument to see two Yanakuchi members looking down at them. One was standing on the third's head, while the other was standing on the fourth head. Look, Tsunade yelled, pointing up at two cloaked men. Everyone turned to see where she was pointing at, only to be struck with awe. Surrender now and spare your pitiful village another bloodshed, the one on the fourth's had announced. Somehow the voice was being projected over the intercom that spread through the entire village. What? Why would we do that, you fucking bastard? Kiba yelled, even though they couldn't hear him. Should we accept? Those are the most powerful ninja in the world up there. Maybe we should just surrender and save the village, Tsunade said, only to be slapped by Asuma. Bullshit. We built this village by war, and we're going to defend it by war. We will fight on until the flame of this village dies, Asuma yelled. The others seemed to agree with Asuma. The villagers were screaming at the voice throughout the village, saying that he should burn in hell. We ask again. Surrender now and avoid another bloodshed, he asked again. When only screams of anger came, he shook his head. Then let this day be known that you rejected your last chance for peace, he said while he took off his hat. His partner did as well to reveal Naruto atop the fourth head and Itachi atop the third's. Naruto made a hand sign, and Ninja started to shoot over the edge of the mountain and down toward the village. As the ninja ran past Naruto, said Ninja walked up to Kabuto, who was standing several feet away, and handed him a headset. Tsunade responded by calling all ninja to battle stations around the village and at the base of it as well. Naruto and Itachi jumped down to the Hokage and landed on the other side of the population that was already there. How are you? Naruto asked emotionlessly with sound of battle all around them. You just attacked your home and just say hello. I can't believe you. Sakura yelled as she threw her arms into the air. The Sharingan users didn't reply, but simply stared at everyone with their Manjikyu Sharingan on and ready. Why are you doing this? Tintin asked. Again, no reply. Damn it, say something. Tintin screamed. If I told you, then it would be all for nothing. Naruto replied emotionlessly. Well, we can't let you leave without a fight, Jiraiya said, smirking. As intended, Itachi said, as Kiba was the first to dash at them. Kiba, wait! Ino yelled, but was too late. A red blur shot from the side, smashed into him. Where Kiba once was, there was a red-cloaked man in the same position that he hit Kiba in. As the honor guard slowly got up, 7 more appeared behind him. Damn it. Team 7, 8, 10, and Guy, take those men out. The more of them we take out now, the less we have to face later, Tsunade commanded, getting nods from a group. What are we going to do? Jiraiya asked, already knowing the answer. We are going after Itachi and Naruto, Tsunade said as she glared at the 2 former Leaf Ninja who still had their Leaf Ninja headbands with a slash through them on. It's going to be tough. Are you sure we should go at them alone? Jiraiya asked. We can at least weaken them so Kakashi and the others can finish them off, Tsunade said as they started to walk over to the missing ninja. Naruto and Itachi watched as the 2 remaining Sannin walked toward their hardest fight they will ever have. So, the 2 great Sannin have honored us with a fight, Itachi said emotionlessly. You shut the fuck up, Tsunade yelled. Calm down, Tsunade. They're trying to anger you so they can lure into attacking them, Jiraiya whispered. Tsunade seemed to calm a little at that. Well, since it's your home territory, then I guess we should let the host go first, Itachi said. My pleasure, Tsunade said, grinning as she started to walk forward only to be stopped by Jiraiya. What is it now? Tsunade yelled. Look, before we rush into a fight blindly, we need to come up with a strategy to win. Those 2 are reported to be the best tag team ninja in the entire known ninja world. We don't need to run into a fight unprepared, Jiraiya whispered again. Tsunade sighed. Fine, what's your plan? Tsunade asked. Do you still know that bloodline blocking technique? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade seemed to be catching on. I see what you're up to. Yes, I still know it. You just need to help me get behind them so I can use it, Tsunade said as they again started to walk toward the Sharingan duo. Copy that, Jiraiya said, grinning before their walking turned into a full-blown sprint. Naruto and Itachi simply raised a hand in their defense. Tsunade put chakra into one of her superhuman punches while Jiraiya made a Rasengan. As Jiraiya and Tsunade made it to their targets, Naruto and Itachi jumped over their attacks, just barely missing them. While the offending attacks were under them, they simultaneously grabbed their arms and pushed the attacks into each other. The Sannin quickly dissipated their attacks before they could collide. Jiraiya grabbed Tsunade's arm and twisted, making her spin a circle. Tsunade understood what he was going after and used the momentum to kick Itachi, who was the one over her. Itachi blocked the kick, but was still sent high into the air. Naruto went down onto the intertwined arms with a kunai, forcing them to let go on the way down. When Tsunade and Jiraiya hit the ground, Naruto punched Jiraiya in the face, sending skidding across the roof. Tsunade took the chance to get behind Naruto, only for when she was about to hit the nerve to cut off the bloodline. Itachi kicked her in the ribs from the side, also making her skid across the roof next to Jiraiya. Damn it, I was so close, Tsunade said as she and Jiraiya got up and readied themselves for round 2. Only this time, Naruto and Itachi took the offensive. Naruto went after Jiraiya, while Itachi went after Tsunade. Fuck, they're fast, Jiraiya yelled as he just barely dodged a kick to the head. Tsunade saw an opening and dashed past Itachi and straight for Naruto. Itachi realized their plan as she was about to hit. Naruto, behind you, Itachi yelled, but it was already too late. Tsunade sent a spike of chakra through the back of his head. Naruto pushed back on the power struggle he was having with Jiraiya and jumped back to Itachi's side, holding his eyes. Are you okay? Itachi asked with concern. Naruto slowly opened his eyes to reveal his sky-blue eyes. Got ya, Tsunade breathed out. Now that he lost his ability to use his Sharingan, he will be as easy to beat as Sasuke, Jiraiya said, smirking, knowing that would pull a string. The chakra pressure in the area became extremely heavy and it was getting harder to breathe. Don't you ever put me on the same level as that pussy-assed bitch of a cousin. Naruto said as black chakra started swirl around him. Oh shit, Jiraiya whispered out. Naruto was upon him in a second. Naruto punched Jiraiya in the stomach, sending him into the air. Naruto quickly jumped after him and started to kick and punch Jiraiya further into the air until Naruto appeared behind him and kicked Jiraiya back down to the tower. The other ninja on the tower stopped and watched as Naruto beat the holy shit out of Jiraiya. Jiraiya smashed into the tower, leaving an enormous crater. Naruto landed on his feet next to Itachi. Was that really necessary? Itachi asked as Tsunade ran to help Jiraiya. Yes, they need to learn that Sasuke is just a worthless piece of shit, Naruto said as he motioned for his honor guards to retreat to them. Out of the 8 honor guards that went into battle, only 6 were still alive. There aren't many honor guards left in this war. True. I guess they learned the hard way, Itachi said. I guess this is goodbye, Leaf Ninja. We will meet again, I can assure you, Naruto smiling. With that, Naruto, Itachi, and his honor guards disappeared from the roof. Kiba, Ino, and Hinata needed to get to a medic center, while Guy and Lee were pretty beat up as well. What now? Kakashi asked. We hold the village and finish this battle, Tsunade said. Did you really get rid of Naruto's Sharingan? Kakashi asked. Tsunade sighed. No, I blocked his chakra flow to his eyes by inserting my chakra into them. Much like the way Neji and Hinata do, and I'm sure Naruto already knows that, Tsunade said as a medic team began to pick up the wounded. How can you tell that he already knows, and how long will it take for his Sharingan to come back? Kakashi pressed. Naruto is nothing short of a genius due to the way this war has been going in his favor since recently. And as for the later question, for a normal person 1 month, but for Naruto 2 weeks, Tsunade said as she watched the battle over the village rages on. Why does Naruto get half the time while everyone else is a month? I thought the seal the 4th put on him gets rid of the demon inside of him. Kakashi asked. It does, but I guess the demon left him a present. That black chakra you saw earlier, did it feel like a human can produce that type of chakra? It looks like our fox friend left Naruto with the ability to produce demonic chakra, Tsunade said smirking. I see, Kakashi said, looking crestfallen as the remainder of the group looked over the battle that was taking place. Kakashi got a summa kurinai. Gather you men and get down there and help push these sound bastards out of Konoha. We're going to need everybody ninja we can spare if we're going to win this battle, Tsunade said as Kabuto began his propaganda speech. Heute ist der Tag der Tage, denn die heilige Flamme der Jugend wird durch das Wasser des Krieges ersetzt. Kabuto's voice blared over the intercom. This battle was going to be long, a grueling. Battle could be heard from the Hokage's office as loud explosions and yells of command screamed outside. Inside the room sat Tsunade, Shizune Jiraiya, and an EMBU officer. Status report? Tsunade asked. Sound has broken the stalemate and pushing the center line. They are heading here, Hokage-sama, the EMBU said while bowing his head. Do whatever it is necessary to stop the advance. I don't want one sound ninja to even touch this building. Tsunade yelled. The AMBU nodded and disappeared to give out the orders. Tsunade sighed and put head into her hands. How long has this godforsaken battle been going on? Tsunade asked. About 6 months now, Jiraiya said grimly. Why is Naruto doing this? This only hurting themselves, Shizune said. But this also hurting us as well. This will a lot of time to rebuild all this, Tsunade said as a messenger bird pecked at the window. Shizune let the bird in, and the bird. It was from Sand. It's from Sand. We have been chosen to send a message to you giving Sand's, Stone's, Lightning's, and Water's combat report. We have successfully pushed Rain out of our country and are sending men to aid you. Stone is having difficulties as they are fighting in their capital with Sound as well. Lightnings have turned the Sound offensive around and are starting to push them back slowly. Water has surrendered unconditionally and is now occupied by Sound. After we recapture your capital, we will have to help the Water reclaim their country. Our troops will be in Konoha in 2 weeks. Hold on until we can reinforce you, Tsunade said out loud to the group. I see. So all we need to do is hold out for another 2 weeks. Perfect. When Sand gets here, we can sound out of the village, Shizun said, smiling. Yep, looks like we have some hope after all, Tsunade said as she looked out the window. What she saw next made her mad. Outside the window stood an honor guard who was listening to the entire conversation with 3 dead ANBU on the roof. Thanks, Hokage team, the honor guard said, grinning before jumping off toward sound-controlled area. Damn it, we need to catch him, Jiraiya said. He put a foot on the window only to be stopped by Tsunade. It's no use. He will tell the information to other runners and the news will spread like wildfire. Both our ninja and theirs will hear it in a matter of hours, Tsunade said, shaking her head. This might be a good thing. The news of reinforcements will raise morale among our ninja from the already dead level it was at, Shizun said. True, but think of the downside to this. One sound hears this only make them desperate and fight harder to kick us out of the city. Unlike most nations that would give up in a position like this, Sound doesn't give up as easily. Naruto's forces have been trained to never give up, so we must look forward for them fight, even when Sand gets here, Jiraiya said informatively as another blast from Kabuto's propaganda screamed over the intercom. Agreed, but the news will still bring morale to the ninja, Tsunade said, looking at the bright side. Just then an ANBU appeared in the office. Hokage-sama, we need to relocate you to another location, the ANBU said. Are they pushing us that far? Tsunade asked. I'm afraid so. We will hold this building until the last man, Hokage-sama. They will not take it without spilling more of their own blood than ours, the ANBU said before 2 more ANBU appeared for the escorting. Let's go. Bring all the scrolls from vault as possible. Sweep it out and make sure there is nothing left inside, Tsunade ordered Jiraiya, who nodded in return. Let's hope they get here in time, Tsunade whispered as everyone in the room exited it either by window, door, or by jutsu. XXXXX. Fall back. This isn't working, Kakashi yelled to all the men that were under his command. All the Jonin had a certain amount of men under their command. The Leaf Ninja just tried to counter their offensive, but was ripped to shreds from sound gunners. Think of the guns that were used in the Naruto movie in Snow Country, except smaller, but small enough to carry around for run and gunning uses. They were placed all over the place, up in windows, behind walls, everywhere. These new weapons made it hard to counterattack, as the Sound were much more resourceful with these weapons than Rain was. As Kakashi and all the other ninja retreated, the Sound Ninja was hot on their tails, trying to mow down any ninja they could. A ninja next to Kakashi went down by a kunai to the back of the neck, and then another to the other side of him went down by a fire jutsu. Kakashi and the remaining ninja made it to their line where the ninja who didn't attack waited. When Kakashi jumped over the wall, several Sound ninja jumped over a minute later, and the battle ensued. Leaf and Sound smashed into each other with tremendous force, leaving many on the ground. Kakashi saw some Sound gunners moving up to take positions in the nearby building and 3 Leaf ninja running in shortly afterwards. If the gunners set up in those windows, then they would again have to retreat. Shikamaru, Kiba, get over to those gunners and take them out, Kakashi yelled as he blocked a kunai that was coming for his face. Gotcha. You come with me. Let's take those guys out, Kiba yelled as Shikamaru, Kiba, and 2 other Chunin went into the building. The 4 ninja opened the door and noticed that the building was eerily dark. The only light was from the fire from the buildings around them. As they closed the door, they also noticed that it was quiet. The only sound was from the yelling outside. The gunners have started to fire yet, so they must be somewhere trying to find a good window, Kiba whispered to the other ninja. Let's go find those bastards, said one of the Chunin that was with them. The 4 ninja crept through the bottom story, looking in every room for the Sound gunners. How many gunners are in here? Shikamaru asked. I counted 2, but you never know, so keep an eye out, said the Chunin at the point. They went through the entire bottom story except for one last room where the door seemed to be smashed open. What they saw next horrified them. Blood was everywhere, and the mangled bodies of 3 leaf ninja were desecrated. "Those bastards! We will kill them, for they have done," yelled one of the Chunin as he ran out of the room toward the stairs. "Wait!" Shikamaru yelled as they chased him down the hall up the stairs. As they rounded the corner, they watched as the Chunin got ripped to shreds and pinned to the wall by Kanai. "Motherfuckers," said the last Chunin as he started hand signs and ran around the corner. "Fireball no jutsu!" The Chunin yelled and shot a fireball down the hall. The 3 remaining ninja heard a scream from the end and dashed down the hall. The sound gunner lay dead, burning on the ground. The Chunin began punching the dead body of the sound ninja. "You bastard! You killed my brother, you fucker!" the Chunin yelled as he continued to punch the body. Kiba and Shikamaru could only watch as the Chunin hit the body until they remembered something. "Hey, where's the other gunner?" Kiba asked. As if on K, Kanai ripped through the wall, hitting the other Chunin all over his body. He was dead before he hit the ground. "What the fuck are with these guys?" Kiba yelled as he ducked into another room. The Kanai finally stopped, and he heard the sound ninja open the door he was in. "You died for our great leader Shonen. At least I got 2 of the fuckers that got you," the sound ninja muttered. "2? Wait, where is Shikamaru?" Kiba thought. Kiba heard a door close, which signaled that the sound ninja went back into the room. Kiba appeared around the door to see if he was still there. The sound ninja was not, but what Kiba did see was along with the 2 dead bodies was Shikamaru with a kunai in his back. Kiba got angry and yelled at the top of his lungs. "You fucking assholes!" Kiba screamed and busted through the door. The sound ninja turned to face Kiba. "I'm going to kill you," Kiba yelled as Kiba tackled the sound ninja out the window with his gun and back into the fray outside. Kakashi saw Kiba and the sound gunner fly out the window. "Sakura, go check on the ninja that searched that house," Kakashi ordered. "Will do," Sakura replied and dashed over to the house. Kiba was punched the ninja in the face, making blood come from the sound ninja's mouth. "You kill my friend, you fuck," Kiba yelled as he swung for another hit, but was blocked by the sound gunner. "And you killed mine," the ninja yelled back and punched Kiba off of him. The sound gunner quickly got up and grabbed his gun. "See you in hell, fuck up," the gunner snarled and retreated to a medic center. Kiba simply lay there thinking of what the gunner said. The skirmish raged on for a little longer, and it seemed like the Leaf Ninja were winning. If the Leaf Ninja could hold it here, then the Sound Ninja would lose their momentum and it would go back into another stalemate. "We are winning. Keep up the pressure," said another Jonin who seemed to be smiling until he saw the one thing nobody wanted to see. Atop one of the buildings stood a ninja with a white cloak, straw hat, and 2 red cloaked bodyguards. All the Leaf Ninja frowned while all the Sound Ninja grinned and started to fight harder than they were before. The 3 cloaked figure jumped into the fight and started to tear up all Leaf Ninja in sight. Kakashi fought his way over to the white cloaked figure. Once he made it said ninja, they stood off while the fight around them raged on. "Who are you? Itachi or Naruto?" Kakashi asked. The ninja lifted up his hat to reveal a red Sharingan. "Itachi. I see. Is Naruto still in the village?" Kakashi asked. "Yes," said an Itachi clone behind Kakashi. Kakashi quickly swirled in a circle and cut the clone in half. As Kakashi came to a stop, facing Itachi, a clone was shot forward toward him. Kakashi jumped over the clone, knowing only Naruto can keep a clone alive for an extended period of time. The clone that Kakashi jumped over puffed into smoke, only for another clone puff into existence above him. The clone tackled Kakashi to the ground and held him there. 4 other clones came into existence and held down his arms and legs, as well as his head. Kiba, who just got up, saw that Kakashi was in trouble and dashed over to his aid. As soon as Kiba made it to the area, an honor guard kicked Kiba back. "What are you doing?" Kakashi exclaimed. "Taking back what is rightfully the Uchihas," Itachi said, looking over Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes went wide. "No, please. This was given to me by my best friend," Kakashi pleaded. Itachi bent over and brought his hand up to Kakashi's Sharingan eye. You can't do this. Please, Kakashi yelled. Itachi pushed his fingers around Kakashi's Sharingan eye and pulled just as quick. Itachi put the eye into a jar, which was sealed into his sleeve. Itachi sealed the jar back into his sleeve and looked up. Sakura, Kiba, and many other Leaf Ninja were trying to get Kakashi to save him, but was blocked by his two honor guards and other Sound Ninja. The two honor guards jumped back to Itachi. Stay here and finish up this battle. One done, retreat to the HQ. Itachi ordered before jumping onto a nearby roof and dashing away. Sakura and many other ninja were able to get by and grab Kakashi. All Leaf Ninja, retreat back to the next line. Repeat, all Leaf Ninja, retreat back to next line, said a Jonin over speaker. All Leaf Ninja began to retreat with Sound taking a break too and to get more gunners into position. Just like the first battle Kiba was in with Rain, Sound Ninja went to each of the bodies to make sure they were dead and kill them if they weren't. XXXXX 1 week until reinforcements arrive. Sound Ninja has finally made it to the Hokage Tower, and fighting inside the tower have been raging on for 3 days. Every room the Sound Ninja entered was either met by a trap or Leaf Ninja ready to fight until the end. Casualties were very high for both sides as the Sound Ninja slowly took the tower floor by floor. The courtyard around the Hokage Tower was brutal, as well as the fight was raging on in the buildings around the tower. After one long and bloody week of fighting, the Sound Ninja finally took the Hokage Tower with half the buildings around the tower in Sound possession and the other half still held by the Leaf. All of the rookies were stationed in these houses. Damn it, why can't we just march in there and take the damn tower? I'm tired of looking at our tower in their hands right across the courtyard, Kiba argued as they all watched Sound Ninja picking up their dead, as well as Leaf Ninja picking up theirs. You know as well as I do that they have gunners all over that damn tower. If we made one wrong move, then they would be spraying kunai through the windows, Tenten said. The sun was starting to set as the bodies started to disappear from the courtyard. What do you think they're going to do with our dead in the tower? Ino asked. I don't know, Shino replied. As a large fire erupted from the top of the tower as screams echoed across the village. What the fuck are they doing? Lee yelled as a stench drifted across to their side of the village. The wind was on Sound's side as the stench drifted toward Leaf's lines. Is that flesh? Kiba asked. They're burning the bodies. Dead or alive, Niji said gravely. Fucking dicks. Kiba screamed across the courtyard, but was dwarfed by the screams that were coming from the roof of the Hokage Tower. The Leaf Ninja all over the village could only watch as their comrades burnt to death, and their beloved Hokage Tower became a fortress for the enemy. XXXXX. Have you heard what happened in Stone's capital? Said a Chunin to another. Niji was nearby and listened in on the positional interesting information. No, what happened? The other Chunin asked. It seems there was a large explosion that took out half of the village. It was said that Stone and Sand Ninja were pushing them out, and over 100 Sound and Rain Ninja, as well as a Yanakuchi member, was encircled in the market district. The Yanakuchi member started to grow black, and then he exploded and took out over half the village, the Chunin exclaimed. I hope another one of those guys explodes in our village, the listener replied. You're telling me, the Chunin exclaimed. Niji tuned them out at this point. Half the village, huh? Niji thought as he ate his food. The rest of the group will want to hear this. Over the past 5 days, the Sound Ninja were able to push the Leaf Ninja further back against the mountain behind them. The Sound Ninja that jumped over the mountain before were sent to steal or destroy any supplies that were packed into the buildings next to the mountain. Now the Leaf Ninja were on the last dozen blocks of the village, with their only way out was through the caves in the Hokage Mountain. The ninja that were fight Rain with Sand have been ordered to retreat to the village to help push Sound out of Konoha. They will be arriving about the same time Sand does, which was in 2 days. The surviving Leaf Ninja were tired and weak from all the fighting, while the Sound Ninja had high moral. All seems lost for the remaining Leaf Ninja. In Konoha, they struggled to hold whatever was left of their precious village, A white-cloaked figure was seen shooting through the dense rain toward a rather unscathed village. This village was the capital of Rain, and the guards immediately let the man through. The cloaked ninja ran up the side of the Kage tower and slipped in through the window. Inside the Kage's office, a RSF ninja awaited him. "Leader Sama has been expecting you. Please follow me," the RSF ninja said as he turned and opened the door to leave with the cloaked ninja close behind. The two ninja continued to walk up the tower until they came to the top floor. There was one large door with two more RSF standing in front of it. As they approached the door, the two ninja bowed and opened it. The RSF ninja stopped at the entrance. "This is where I stop. You know the rules about Kages, correct?" "Good. See you soon," the RSF captain said and walked away. The two RSF ninja outside closed the door behind him. The unknown ninja continued to walk and came to a stop in front of a large figure. Pipes seemed to be coming out of the wall and connect to what seemed to be a person. "Hello, Naruto," the figure said as he opened his eyes to reveal a pair of Rinnegan eyes. "Hello, Nagato," Naruto said in an emotionless voice. "What have you called me here for?" Naruto asked. This was new for him. Nagato never calls meetings. Nagato sighed, always to the point. "As you know, my men are being pushed back out of the other nations," Nagato said. "Yes, so are mine," Naruto said. "They are going to be here in a matter of months, and I will most certainly die unless I escape. But if I die, then the Rinnegan will be lost forever," Nagato continued. "Where are you getting at?" Naruto asked, curious. "I have made a special seal that will allow me to transfer one of my 6 paths to you and all the power that goes along with it," Nagato said bluntly. "So, you want to give me the power of one your bodies to ensure that the Rinnegan won't die out with you?" Naruto said. "Yes," Nagato said as the 6 paths walked up to Naruto and stood in a straight line in front of him. "I can't guarantee that I won't die by the end of this war, but yes, I will take the offer," Naruto said as he walked to each one. "Good. The seal won't give you the body to control, but make you absorb the power altogether," Nagato said as Naruto in front of the Deva realm. "Is this the one you wish to absorb?" Nagato asked. "Yes, this is the one," Naruto said, grinning. XXXXX. Asuma was leaning against a wall that was right across the street from some sound ninja, smoking. The Leaf Ninja have been fighting for their dear lives for the last sliver of Kona. It has been a little over 2 weeks since they got the letter of reinforcements from Sand and Leaf Reserves. What was taking them so long? "Put that shit away," Guy said while smacking the cigarette from his hand. "Why the fuck did you do that?" Asuma yelled, only for a hand to clamp over his mouth. "Have you ever been this close to the enemy? You must have been stationed in the industrial district," Guy whispered while looking out the window across the street. Across the street, there was a sound ninja looking straight back at him. Guy sighed. "If that was a gunner, then we would be dead," Guy whispered. "Saw the... never been this close to the enemy. How are Kakashi and Shikamaru doing?" Asuma asked. "Shikamaru is getting better, but Kakashi is still out. Must be hard for him to get used to not having a Sharingan," Guy replied. "I feel him. Looks like this is the best way to stop smoking," Asuma said, earning a chuckle from Choji, who was next to the other window in the room, but was interrupted from a loud yell. "Fire!" A sound ninja yelled, and where there was once a peeping ninja, there was a gunner slinging kunai through the walls and windows. The 3 ninja in the room hit the deck along with everyone else in the room across from them. The kunai finally stopped, and yells for a medic and screams of pain could be heard from the other room. Guy attached an explosive tag to a kunai, slugged it across the street, hitting the gunner in the head. "Get the hell out of here!" a sound ninja yelled as several ninja ran through the door and room while some tried jumping out the window. This was not a good idea, as Leaf Ninja in the floor above them started to throw kunai at them. The sound ninja that crawled out of the window were peppered down and fell to the street below. The explosive tag exploded and blew a hole out of the side of the building. Once the smoke cleared, 3 dead sound ninja lay dead in the room, with 2 more on the street below. "That was crazy," Asuma exclaimed. "And This is the fighting that was going on in Housing District, Guy said while picking up the cigarette that was on the ground. To think that this little thing was the cause of this fight, Guy said, grinning. So, why don't we just go take the building we just cleared? Asuma asked. Because there are still ninja in that building that have entrenched themselves inside. If we're going to go in there, we're going to lose many ninja that we don't have, Choji said, remembering when he and several other ninja tried taking a seemingly clear building. I guess they are ready for the incoming attack from the sand and leaf reserves, Asuma said while examining the holes the gunner made in the building. They are. The battle over the village will only intensify when the reinforcements get here. Taking back the Hokage Tower is going to be hell because of what they have done to it, Guy said. What do you mean? Asuma asked. The lookouts from Hokage Mountain have seen the enemy putting up heavy defenses in, on, and around the tower. Sound are using said tower as a lookout point, so when help arrive, we're going to push toward that point first. Besides, we can't let those sound bastards hold our capital building for long now, can we? Guy said, grinning. XXXXX. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune, and Kakashi were looking out over the village from the top of the Hokage Mountain. Fire swirled up from every part of the village as they watched sound forces slowly push the remaining Leaf Ninja into the caves that held the civilians. The Leaf Ninja maybe had one more day max before sound pushed all Leaf Ninja into the caves. When are those reinforcements going to get here? Tsunade asked out loud. They should have been here 3 days ago, Jiraiya exclaimed, slamming his fist into the wall next to him. I'm sorry for what happened to your Kakashi. Nobody thought that would happen, Shizune said. It's no problem. I still remember all the jutsu I copied with the eye, so I can still fight when I get better, Kakashi said reassuringly. That's good because we're going to need you if those sand and leaf reserves don't get here, Tsunade said growling, but then they heard it. Your reinforcements have arrived, people of Konoha. We are here to kill those sound bastards and retake your beloved village, Temari yelled over speaker. Tsunade had a tear drip down her cheek from hearing that. XXXXX. We are here to kill those sound bastards and retake your beloved village, Temari said over the speaker. Cheers could be heard from all across the leaf lines as everyone looked up to the top of the mountain. Temari was standing behind Tsunade when she made the announcement. We can finally rest, Guy said, completely ignoring the order from over the intercom. XXXXX. Temari and the other ninja walked up to Tsunade and bowed their heads. Thank God you arrived. We were about to lose this battle, Tsunade said. We can tell. Naruto really did a number on you guys. We finally captured Gaara, and we are now holding him in a cell especially for him. What will have us do? Temari said, bowing. Before Tsunade could give her an answer, Naruto's voice came onto the intercom. Fire your weapons. Throw your kunai. Make sure we kill every last one of those bastards for what they have done. Kill for your family. Kill for your comrades. Kill for your country. Do not let them push you back. I personally command it. Naruto yelled over the intercom. Cheers from a sound line erupted. From the top of the mountain, they could see sound gunners and ninja throw and shoot kunai at the Leaf Ninja, with the Leaf Ninja throwing them back just as much. Jiraiya grabbed a pair of binoculars and looked at the top of the Hokage Tower. There stood Naruto with his Mangekyo Sharingan on, but there was a difference. There were 3 rings surrounding the pupil, going right through the wheel of the Mangekyo. Is that the Rinnegan? Jiraiya stuttered out, but he wasn't heard as Tsunade was talking to Temari. Charge your men down that mountain. Bring our reserves with you. Just kill those bastards. Tsunade yelled. Temari grinned. Her men were wanting some blood for a while now. Can do. Men, we are charging straight down this mountain and kill those sound bastards. Temari yelled, earning cheers from everyone. Charge. All the ninja atop the mountain ran down the mountain. When they were halfway down the mountain, they were met by a barrage of kunai. What the fuck is going on? A sand ninja yelled. The sound ninja anticipated an attack such as this, so they put gunners on the roofs of buildings and started to spray the side of the mountain. Sand and Leaf Ninja fell from a mountain as they continued to charge down the mountain. XXXXX. Niji was on the roof of a building as the gunners across the street poured it onto them as they continued to spray their building. A sand ninja smashed into the ground next to him. Niji looked up to see more dead ninja falling. Niji looked over the edge of the wall to see a gunner propping his weapon on a pile of boxes high enough to point it up and spraying all over the side of the mountain. 10-10, give me some cover. You guys are on me. Niji ordered as he and 12 other ninja jumped to the other roof with Tintin slinging all sorts of weapons at the windows below. Mid-flight, 2 sound ninja threw kunai at them, hitting one and sending him through a window. Hardened Spike no jutsu. A sound ninja yelled and slammed his hands into the ground. Spikes shot out of the ground, impaling 6 of the ninja. Niji slid down one of the spikes and punched the one who did the jutsu in the face, and following it up with an overpowered gentle fist to the heart. The other Leaf Ninja were finishing the other Sound Ninja off as Niji jumped into the fray. The 2 Sound Ninja left were killed, but they killed another Leaf Ninja. Niji turned to see the gunner pick the gun up and pointed at them. Niji immediately started to rotate to block the attack. Once the barrage stopped, 2 more Leaf Ninja were ripped to pieces, but one slipped behind Niji when he did his rotation. Once clear, the remaining ninja jumped over Niji. Fire flash, no jutsu. The ninja yelled, and a quick spray of fire shot out of his mouth on a wide area. This caught the entire area on fire that a ninja jumped over to another roof that was being fought over, more than likely to stop the gunners that were spraying the ninja that were coming down the mountain. XXXXX. Temari saw the Leaf Ninja that were on the ground start to take out the gunners on the roofs of the buildings, but there were still a lot of them left, but there were still a lot of ninja still coming over the mountain, so she would have to hit the ground running. XXXXX. Reinforcements have arrived a little over 2 weeks ago. Why haven't we gotten further than this? Kiba yelled. Shut up and get ready for the assault, because once we start there is no stopping until we have taken the Hokage Tower, a Sand Ninja beside him said. There was a tense moment as the Sand and Leaf Ninja waited for the whistle that signaled for them to advance. Kiba and several other ninja were hunkered in the bottom of a building ready to cross the street and take the buildings that surrounded the Hokage Tower. They have attacked these buildings twice before and failed. This time, they were determined to take them. A loud whistle blew, and everyone screamed as they jumped from their buildings or walls. Sound gunners fired up and hit the ninja advancing on them. Some brave ninja tried to jump to the roofs, but were immediately cut down by gunners in the Hokage Tower that loomed in the background. A Leaf Ninja in front of Kiba smashed into the door, sending a Sound Ninja falling backwards. A kunai was immediately in his neck as the Sound Ninja dropped dead. Intense fighting engaged in the buildings over the next 30 minutes. The Sand and Leaf Ninja slowly pushed the Sound out of the buildings as Sound Ninja started to sprint back to the tower. Wait for the second whistle. Wait for it. A Leaf Ninja yelled when the whistle came. Attack. They had the tower surrounded, and they were attacking it from all sides, but Sound had gunners placed in what seemed like all the windows, and a rain of kunai shot from the tower. Still, the ninja continued on, and several made it to the door. Kiba and Niji were one of the 2 that made it. Hey buddy, how is your vacation going? Kiba asked with the only light coming from the fire from the surrounding buildings. Cut that shit out and help us open this door, Niji said as he put another explosive tag on the door. The tag exploded and everyone rushed inside. They were met by Sound Ninja ready for a hand-to-hand combat fight. More Leaf and Sand Ninja entered the battle, and more Sound Ninja began to run upstairs to better positions. The battle over the tower has only begun. XXXXX. Over the next couple of weeks, the ninja pushed up the tower floor by floor, clearing out every room. Gunners continued to shoot out of the windows that haven't been cleared, making it hard to bring reinforcements to the ninja inside. One room in particular surprised Kiba. Kiba entered a room by himself to see a gunner shooting out of the window. Kiba crept up behind the ninja while pulling out a kunai, only for the gunner to swing the gun around smack him in the head. As Kiba got up, he noticed that the gunner was the one from before. The one that shot Shikamaru. You, Kiba yelled. The sound gunner seemed confused. What the fuck are you talking about? The sound gunner asked. You are the one that shot my friend. Kiba yelled. You mean he isn't dead? Shit, I thought I killed him, the gunner said, grinning. I'll kill you, Kiba screamed and charged the gunner. The sound gunner dropped the weapon and pulled out a kunai to block the one that was sent for his face. As soon as the gunner blocked the kunai, Kiba slashed the gunner down his chest with his claws and followed it up with a swift kick to the head. This sent the gunner stumbling back and falling out the window. Kiba knew that he was dead because they were pretty far up in the tower. Nobody can survive a fall like that. You can breath easy now, Shikamaru. I killed him, Kiba thought as he leaned against the wall. Kiba, we need your help over here. We need help opening up the Hokage's office, Niji said from the hall. Coming, Kiba yelled as he got up and ran out of the room. XXXXX. All the rookies, except for Shikamaru, were outside the office when Kiba arrived. Kiba, come over here and help us push. They must have barricaded themselves in here, Shino said. One last push. 1, 2, 3, Lee said as everyone pushed. The door smashed open to reveal nobody in the office. Everything looked the same as it did before the war until a voice came from behind the chair. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all again, the voice said as he turned around in the chair. Sitting in the chair sat none other than Naruto with his 2 jujutsus on and ready. Naruto-kun. Tintin stuttered out. Everyone was flabbergasted. If you really wish to face me, then fight your way to the top of the tower. There's where we will fight. You have 15 minutes, or I'll leave, Naruto said emotionlessly before puffing in his smoke. The rookies stood there for another minute before turning and fighting as hard as they could to get to the top of the tower. Keep going. We only got 15 minutes, or we will miss our chance, Sakura screamed as she punched another sound ninja in the face. Most of the ninja, they just passed and left them to engage other leaf ninja that were close behind. One more minute, Choji yelled as they were running up the staircase to the roof. 5 seconds, Sakura said as kicked the last sound ninja out of the way. Hinata grabbed the door handle and threw the door open. What they saw angered some and saddened others to the core.